Hi friends, me host Eric. It's midnight here on the island, but it's sunrise in my heart. Why is that the case? Well, you see, I've had nothing but good sleep since I got here to Hawaii for 6 full nights, 10 to 12 hours of sleep. I think it's fair to say that I'm actually fully rested at this point. On the 7th night, I find I could not sleep at all. I lay down and tossed and turned for a couple hours. I just got up. Fuck it. No point in lying down. Well, Isaiah Rude, Delilah, and I were talking about that earlier. A lot of reasons to think this is a simulation. Most of them having to do with the geologic record, really. There's lots of indications that extinction events that happened irregularly before the last one stopped happening for no reason. It's like, it seems pretty obvious somebody's playing a simulation and restarting it every time they fail to get to intelligent life. And when they get to intelligent life, well, there's no more reason for extinction events, right? So they just turn off the extinction event. And that's why we're still rocking and rolling. But I woke up, I guess I didn't wake up. I stayed up, lying in bed, mad. I was mad. I knew that live streaming now wasn't going to get much of an audience, but yeah, I wonder about that. I have this fountain within me of rhetoric, of just-minded purpose. And I was thinking earlier how that actually makes me very unusual in a lot of ways for an ENTP. Because ENTPs don't inherently value TI per se. In other words, they don't necessarily apply it to themselves. If you get an ENTP who is fast and loose with the truth based on whether or not, because ENTPs know whether a given piece of disinformation, whatever you want to call it, a lie, untruth, or something it creates cognitive dissonance within the ENTP if they let it. We know when something can be checked or not. We know whether something we say is verifiable or not. And there's a lot of times when a certain circumstance will suggest a given narrative line that's not true, but is convenient, that it's more believable than the truth even, a lot of times. And these pieces without character just roll with it. All right, well, the thing is, it's tricky, Isaiah Rude, is we gotta apply that shit to ourselves too. And it's like, at the end of the day, there's always expedience, which counts for something. But I don't know. I went on my phone earlier today, opened up YouTube, and pops up in my recommended videos something by Love Who, Nathan, who used to be partnered with Love Lou and then sort of took over the channel. And he's got like 12,000 views and it's like a week old or something. It's just another one of those. 16 types as yeah or whatever. It's just the same fucking thing. Of course, that's what people want to watch, This is the thing. I'll probably start making a little bit more purposeful videos here coming out of this vacation. I feel inspired to make some cognitive function videos and stuff, some type stuff. But, I'll never be. No, it was actually Bogdan Yakovich or something. He was the one who first started doing that shit. Regardless, I don't have any problem with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. My point is just this. There are a lot of people who are attaining success via cognitive functions, which is great for them and everything. I have no problem with that. But they all know the true king is lurking. There's not a single one of them, not any other person on YouTube or anywhere else on the planet who understands cognitive functions as well as I do. And all these other people on YouTube, deep down, they know this too. Or they're in denial, one of the two. But regardless, it's true. That's why I can't get anybody to actually come and debate me about anything. Like Jack from World Socionic Society. He's made noises about debating me multiple times, but never seemed to have the time to actually do it. And has intimated to me in advance that basically what his approach is going to be. He's going to mush out the friends. That's not going to succeed for shit. He's toast. He's toast before he even walks in the room. Anybody who's arguing the wrong thing is going to be toast. Because I'm both better at arguing and right. And if I weren't right, it would be a different matter. But I am right. And people who disagree with me are therefore wrong. And as a consequence, everybody who's preaching socionics has to desperately stay away from me because I will trash their beloved model in no time flat. Oh, that's what you're thinking about. Well, I mean, I guess you'd have to say that in the base reality, the problem of uncertainty has been solved in some fashion. That you're not at any risk for real loss, and so possibly you just simulate a time period back in time where loss was still possible, because nobody wants to live in a world where there's no risk. Hi, Winston's mom. No, I'm not uncertain about anything. I couldn't sleep. I finally got enough sleep. First 6 nights in Hawaii, I slept 10 to 12 hours each night. I also took a couple naps too. And it has to be a skills test, though. It can't just be a test that works, because if you can learn the test question and learn the answer, then it won't work. It has to be a skills test. But hopefully it is. That'd be great. That would be spectacularly helpful. I am a bit tired. We went to the volcano today. It was a big journey. It was a bigger journey than Rachel anticipated, which made it kind of a good thing I set it up the way I did, which is basically say, the one thing I want to make sure we do here is go to the volcano, since Rachel has indicated that's important to her. And she did multiple occasions, and finally we did it today. But it was we left at 10, and we've noticed anti-polar people can't do a distinct thing. We're working on limiting the use of language to do this. Okay, cool, great, fantastic. It's like that's a sort of collaborative effort I'm excited by. Yeah, I agree. I know we need more empirics to say it reliably validates consistently. But here's the thing. Nobody else has any empirics to validate it at all. It's all just metaphor. So everybody else can suck it. Hi, Cloud. Are you come back to petulantly make contrary statements at me until you get annoyed that I get bored of it? Yeah, okay, well, sure, but it's true for everything. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, I like that, and that's how you know you're doing real work as opposed to bullshit, right? I wanted to see whales in Alaska, and somehow I was the only person who never saw whales. Long story, missed a train, etc. Yada yada. I'm glad Rachel saw a volcano. Yeah, but I don't get annoyed by your ideas. I get bored by them because you're just contrary. Because look, if you wanted to be successfully engaged, you'd say, "Here's an argument, Eric, that you're in the SFJ. I see a lot of FE in you," and I'd say, "Okay, well, have you evaluated a larger scope of data to determine if that level of FE is consistent? Have you evaluated my FE against another equivalent, actually SFJ, blah 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 blah?" And then you'd say, "Okay, well, this is how I've engaged with that idea, whatever, blah blah blah." But instead, you just bounce to the next argument. You just kick that one without actually kicking it, and just bounce to the next one. Well, that's not back and forth, right? That's just you throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks. But I'm not a wall. I'm a person. And so I'm going to respond, and I expect you to respond accordingly, and or else it's going to be boring for me. I am mistaking your FE. I'm mistaking my FESI for TI. Okay, so first of all, what made you think I had identified what I was doing as TI? What gave you that indication that I had identified what I was doing as TI? Now let's engage. Okay, this is how one engages. So what was your reasoning for that? Why did you conclude that I had identified my behavior at that moment as TI? I never said anything of the sort. Why would you conclude that? And that's the business of actual TI, Cloud. And that's why I get bored with what you're doing, because you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything meaningful, argumentationally. I don't mean to harsh your mellow or whatever, but I'm in a kind of a piss and vinegar mood right now. Well, where's the FE, Cloud? Come on. Here I am busting your chops, always doing that. Because you do that always. I do what always? Have you consistently asked me at any point, gathered any data about what I identify, what kind of conversation I'm having as? No, you gathered no data. You have shit tons of data available at your disposal if you want to actually analyze it, but you choose not to. Well, I am using TI right now. I'm pointing out problems with your argumentation style. I'm asking you questions. I'm asking you to, establish the claims you're making with justifications. And you're completely failing to do so. That's called not using TI. Cloud has been hanging out on Queen's Gambit, and Queen is the one who thinks you're nice. I mean, he's weak as fuck. Queen's Gambit is weak. He's intellectually extremely weak. So if you want to side with him, go for it. But remember, you're not winning any arguments here, Cloud. What you said so far was made an unsubstantiated claim that I'm mistaking blah, blah, even though I gave you no indication that was the case. And then your justification for that is because I always do that. But I don't always do that. I almost never talk about what cognitive function I'm using as I'm talking, right? Yeah, but see, don't just argue against me, Cloud. Actually say, okay, let me think about what Eric's saying on a level of consistency with the empirics that I do have and question myself. Is it possible that I'm wrong? I, Cloud, am wrong? Stop bombarding me with words. I won't win like that. Cloud, I'm not bombarding you with words. I'm making very simple points here. I'm making them as simply as I possibly can. The fact that you think I'm bombarding you with words, boy, talk about silly nonsense. I'm not bombarding you with words. I'm making some very basic points here that you are having trouble understanding because apparently you have self-identified yourself correctly. And you are an ESFP who has TI polar, so you don't get the fact that consistency matters, you know? That's okay. It doesn't bother me. You do you do you. I don't care. But if you think you're going to come in here and actually debate me, you don't even know the first thing about how to. It's like you're not debating. You're just throwing shit around for no reason. It's ridiculous. This is the thing that happens with TI followers. They think that disagreeing with somebody is debating them. Just being contrary is not engaging anybody. For Christ's sake, it seems so obvious, But that's just because I'm not TI polar, I guess. I can't blame somebody for who they are. Okay, fine, cool. I'll hang out a bit. You're hanging out with the TI guy, so I don't care if you're wrong. I'm not trying to tell you I don't like you or anything. I'm just explaining what happened last time. He's like, you wanted to dominate the conversation with your bullshit. Eventually, I got tired of it, and you got all pissy and left because I wasn't letting you control the frame entirely. It's ridiculous, Cloud. That's the truth. And I gotta say, I'm definitely not in a very happy mood right now. I'm in a truth-speaking mood. I'm in a mood to bust some chops, take some names, kick some asses, and lay it out there because I'm tired of fucking bullshit. I hear bullshit from everybody all the fucking time. And the bottom line is, it's bullshit, and I'm a professional bullshit blow-upper. So it's like you're bringing it around the wrong guy. I'm so pissed at Trump. That's the first person I was mad at when I was in bed and I couldn't sleep was Trump. So that guy is such a liar. That's the thing I hate about him so much. He has no respect for the truth. It's not about his fucking policies even. It's like, don't be such a coward. He's turning all of America into a country of cowards with his lies. There's nothing more cowardly than lying. It's the base form of cowardice. You're not brave enough to handle the truth. The very most base form of cowardice. That shit, because I ain't the one. Punk ass cops be beating on, something like that. I don't remember. But you know the point. Any is very childish and innocent. You are tryharding too much. Again, Cloud, you're demonstrating the same thing. You're making an unsubstantiated claim. It's just being contrary and trying to attack me. And okay, keep going. Keep doing that. But the thing is, remember, you're not actually making any arguments. You're just spitting mucus all over the place. So if I start to ignore it after a while, understand that's why. Okay? If you wanted to actually make arguments, successful arguments, and engage me, you'd answer my questions. You wouldn't just make statements. But you don't answer my questions. When I asked you, oh, actually, you did answer it. You didn't give me a very good answer, but you did answer it. You said, it's because it's what I always say. Well, except it's not what I always say at all. That's false. And in this case, you could have asked me what I thought I was using at that moment instead of just saying, you're mistaking this for this. You don't know what my mental processes are. Cloud, the fact that I'm an ENTP is not in any dispute by any sane human being. Okay? It is very much in dispute by people who hate me and who want to invalidate me any way they can. I'm a really bad ENTP. Okay, so what makes a good ENTP and what makes a bad ENTP then, Cloud? Tell me. What would I look like if I were a good ENTP? When do you use fucking NE, you don't have the lighthearted curiosity? Again, Cloud, I have 5,000 plus videos, and you are choosing to not access any of the data that's available to you. If you listen to any number of my songs, you see they're almost nothing but lighthearted fun and curiosity. And I've got hundreds of songs done. I've got a whole playlist of comedy shit. It's just jokes. Some of my live streams, I do nothing but joke around. This live stream, I'm not very lighthearted, but you've got to remember, Cloud, that there are more experiences than this one. That is not very SI of me to say. To point out the existing data supports my side instead of yours is just good common sense, right? It's like, because I reference data, it's SI. Is that your definition of SI? Cloud, I don't care about you trying to dispute my type or whatever, but don't do an embarrassingly shitty job of it. You know? That's the problem. Don't do a boringly shitty job of it. That's what you're doing. A boringly shitty job of it. You may say I'm a terrible ENTP, or not an ENTP, or an ISFJ, or an INFP, or whatever the fuck you want to say I am. I don't give a fuck. After all, you don't have any logical thinking. So what the fuck does your opinion matter at all about anything? Nothing is what it matters. This is exactly the live stream I want. This is exactly the live stream I want right now, by the way. So thank you, Cloud, for appearing. Take me to a prisoner's kind of mood, and I appreciate you being my punching bag. The thing is, Cloud, I wouldn't be surprised at all if you go join Queen's Gambit. Because the reason he hates me so much is because I called him weak. They're making arguments like the ones you're making. The reason I called those arguments is not because I didn't like the arguments, okay? It's not because they opposed me. I don't evaluate arguments like that. I evaluate them on their merits. And your arguments, like his, are extremely weak. And as a consequence, not really worth my time. What sort of song should I write? I got 10 minutes to spare before I gotta go. You should write a rock and roll Velvet Underground style song. A couple of chords, straight ahead intuitive melody over it. Some lyrics about drugs and urban gritty living, that sort of thing. VarkLearn.com, the Vark Quest. Yeah, rock and roll, drugs, and gritty living. What more can I ask for in life? Here's the thing. There's a whole slew of people out there who are absolutely desperate to take me down a notch. And those people will continue to argue nonsense till they run out of breath because they want to take me down a notch. I get that. I can be an arrogant prick. I know that, you know. And my lack of, well, my selfish FE is such that I'm not very good about making everybody else feel respected. And when people don't feel respected, they get fucking pissed, believe me. So it's like, you know, you talk about people like Queen's Gambit. Well, he's pissed. He feels disrespected. I told him he was weak. But the problem is, don't come into a professional debate coach's live stream with shitty ass arguments and expect to be coddled. It's not going to happen, you know? You don't want to argue, Cloud. That's what I'm telling you. You want to make contrary statements. That's different than arguing. As for TE, I can't imagine doing a TE test because by definition, there is no one solution to TE problem. A TE test would ideally include some sort of physical object, like can you assemble this thing, or you know, can you unfold this couch down into a bed or something like that. It's funny though. Rachel mentioned when we got back, she was unaware of how big of a journey this was going to be, the volcano back. Now, my dad and I had talked about the length of the trip to the volcano back on a couple of occasions around Rachel. There have been signs around here that say volcano 90 some miles away or whatever, and lots of other reasons why I had to conclude that she was well aware of the length of the trip. But that's all TE shit. She just tunes all that shit out, you know? So when my dad and I are talking about logistics of distances of trips, she's not listening to a fucking word of it. And believe me, I'm familiar with that because I have a long history of tuning my dad out when he starts going TE shit, you know? I got some sad bars that I could never put anywhere. You want? Yeah, give 1, 2, 3 your sad bars. Life smells like shit, tastes like piss, feels like bombing on my face. Those are the lyrics. Those are pretty dark. Well, I've never typed Frank James, so I don't genuinely believe anything about him. But my professional opinion, having not ever typed him, is that he's probably an INFJ. Because being a good TI user, I don't make claims I can't substantiate. As the weeks bleed from the days, each hour splits my veins. I slip by fate. Now, even I forget my name. I would say splits my main. M-A-I-N. I like it better. But other than that, pretty good lyrics. What do you think he is? Cloud, what do you think Frank James is if he's not an INFJ? What do you think he is? And why? Why do you think it's so crazy that I might conclude he is an INFJ? If I had a world of my own, everything would be nonsense. Nothing would be what it is because everything would be what it isn't. Sometimes I encounter people who pass all my INFJ radars in every way, but then mysteriously have none of the typical TE problems. Well, yeah, then you probably mistyped them, but it could be misinterpreting the evidence. Like, you can't base their TE success on, like, well, they learned how to do this. You have to actually see them try to TE shit. Because, yes, INFJs can master certain how-tos, but you have to actually watch them in the moment. You can't watch them. You can't conclude things about their TE based on what they've learned how to do already. Okay, Cloud. Yeah, if they're just doing it on reporting, like my friend Corey got pretty good at learning how to TE music making. He did a lot of research and shit though. Like he didn't really figure it out. And that's the thing about TE is hopeful lyrics. I'll give you some hopeful lyrics once you're free. I hope one day the cloud can see that me and me are filled with any, which is why I can make up this song and rhyme it right and never wrong, even though I never thought a thing about this song before. This song will prove to Cloud, I hope, just how little more arguments he might make, knowing that I am this great. Indeed, I'm a fucking ENTP. Cheers. Cloud, your opinions don't matter. Again, your opinions don't matter because you're not making any good arguments. So none of what you say is defensible. The reason it's not defensible is because you don't use logical consistency as a metric to evaluate the truth of things. That's why you are so wrong. Eric needs a singer and a songwriter. Ouch. Ouch, few could cue. Go, okay, Cloud. I'll enjoy my life. Yeah, Eric Thor maybe does. My name is spelled with a C. Fughook. So you're obviously not talking about me. You must be talking about somebody else. Cloud, I don't only value TE. I don't only value TI. I instrumentally mostly value TI, although I do value it as a modality for interaction. And also, I do know what FI is, and I do know what NI is as well. But that's fine, Cloud. I understand that at this point you're a little bit probably offended by my directness. But you know, that's what we ENTPs do. Tend to piss people off sometimes. I'm pretty damn good at it, actually. I piss off people all the time. I've got a lot of fucking enemies. People absolutely despise me. Or they don't, but you know, the ones who do for sure. Good. I'm glad to hear it, Cloud. So I didn't say you hated me. I didn't say that. Did I ever say that, Cloud? This is what I mean by TI polar. I never said that. Why are you attributing that to me? I did say that Queen's Gambit hates me. No, I said Queen's Gambit hates me. I never said you hate me. I said a lot of people hate me. I make a lot of enemies. I piss a lot of people off. I probably offended you. And Queen's Gambit hates me. I never said you hate me. See? See the problem, Cloud? One of us uses logic and the other one doesn't. No, I didn't say that either, Cloud. I didn't make any claim of that sort. So there's no reason for you to conclude anything about that either way. And since those are subjective claims, the only evidence you'd have is my own subjective claim about it. And since I've made none, there's no reason for you to conclude anything. Okay, well then you get to just make up your own reality. You don't have to worry about whether it makes any sense. Good for you. Congratulations. I'm sure that will serve you well. You're one of the best possible candidates for naked and afraid. You know, I will survive out here in the cold, naked for a month. Believe it. And you know what? With something like that, you'll probably be right. So yeah, I'm in a no bullshit kind of mood right now. It's like, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've put my piss in vinegar like I do right now. And it's feeling good. Yeah, it's enough of this nonsense. Just fucking lay the lumber out. Just fucking take no prisoners. I gotta say, this though. I gotta talk about the volcano a little bit. Volcano was really cool. I'm glad we made it up there, even though it was quite a long journey, because there's some good. In 2018, there was a major eruption here on Hawaii, and it remade the entire caldera of the volcano. So the last time I was here, the caldera was a lot closer to the rim of the caldera, and the whole floor of it collapsed like hundreds of meters, I guess, multiple times. We had 28 caldera collapses during the 2018 eruption, and it spewed out a shit ton of lava and like wiped out a couple of communities and stuff like that. But it's a slow moving volcano, so people can get away from it. Like, it doesn't really kill anybody in Hawaii because it's like the lava's coming towards your house. Like, you can stand there in front of it and go, it's going to be here in an hour, burn down my house, and nothing you can do to stop it. But it's not really there's a lot of urgency. It's a weird kind of natural disaster. And when we got home, Rachel and I watched some volcano eruption videos on YouTube, and that was kind of fun. We watched this A&E special on Mount St. Helens called Minute by Minute. It was very interesting. I enjoyed it a lot. I learned some things today too. For example, there's another proof of plate tectonics that I wasn't aware of, which has to do with people may not know this, but the tectonic plates that comprise Earth's crust, if you look at them across the ocean, there are these magnetic bars, such that in World War II, they invented this technology where a plane would go around, and then eventually a boat, with a magnet that would dip into the water. And if the magnet pulled the plane down a little bit, then that meant there was a submarine over there. The problem was, once they attached it to a boat, and as we're getting regular data on this, they realized that the bottom of the ocean pulls the magnet down for stretch time, and lets it up for stretch time, and pulls it down for stretch time. And this is regular across the entire fucking Pacific Ocean. And what they determined was that as the rock comes up from underneath and it solidifies into such that all the iron lines up with the magnetic lines of the Earth, And the thing is, the magnetic poles of Earth switch periodically throughout history, like every 100,000 years or whatever. And so every 100,000 years, it's like there's these strips that represent every magnetic flip of the poles. And that's why the magnet goes down when it gets to the kind that's aligned the way it is now, and then up when it's aligned the opposite way. And it's like, wow, that's the reason this happens is because the molten lava comes up, and when it solidifies, it's the iron in it is lined up with the magnetic poles, and it just because the magnetic poles flip periodically, you've got these bands of alternating magnetism underneath the ocean all across the fucking Pacific Ocean. I found that very interesting. And I love it when people talk about plate tectonics, because it's the example I use for how we ought to think about things. Trust the intuition to be right if it withstands scrutiny as an argument, because the empirics always come later. Intuition is the genius, empirics is the labor. And so it's like, when I say I'm right because the arguments are sound and they withstand scrutiny and they're the best arguments, and it's within the right frame, and it's not making any initial mistakes, and it's got the fields laid out properly, and all this other shit I say it because I'm right, because that's how shit works. Intuitives have clear ideas that validate logically, and then sensors go around and prove them right. That's how the fucking world works. Well, the thing is about the plate tectonics thing also is Hawaii represents an extremely unusual, even unique um, volcanic incident on Earth, which is to say all the other volcanoes on Earth are on fault lines between plates, except for Kilauea. Now, each of the Hawaiian Islands was made by the same volcano, which it's like a candy, like a Hershey's Kiss maker, right? It drops one island and the next and the next and the next. It's going up instead of down. And the thing is, well, why is the one in the middle of a plate and all the other ones are on the borders of plate? Well, the reason is because this represents the aftermath of a bubble. So, in other words, the bubble that originally popped where Hawaii is was a long time ago and probably shot out like made a whole continent out of like hundreds of miles thick of lava or something. And then the Earth aged and stuff. But then the leftover plume from that bubble that popped is still coming up on Kilauea slowly over time. And so that's why it's the only volcano like this that's so predictably slow and relatively safe. And also not on the fault line. Additionally, Kilauea has another volcano that's like next to it, kind of underneath the water, that is deep down, and in 10,000 years it'll erupt and probably replace or subsume Kilauea. It's almost in the same place, but it's a little bit off to the side, and it's way deeper down. So, yeah, it's convection. That's the interesting thing about the whole process. It's convection, just like with liquids. And the only reason we don't think about solids as going through the same convection process is because it happens at a different scale and scope. So it's like if you pull way back on the scale and scope, both in terms of time mostly, but also I guess in terms of space, then rock goes through the same processes that that liquids do or gases do. It just does it way more slowly. So that convection process is going on underneath the ground, and it causes volcanoes. Okay, well, Cloud, again, can you give me an example of what you would consider NE stuff? Give me an example of your great NE. You're not NE polar, by the way. You're not an ISFP. I've argued with ISFPs before. They have a particular thing that they're attached to. You're just attached to being contrary. That's different. That's true. I don't know you. I just know the way you argue. You don't argue like an ISFP. Also, may I just tell you, number one quote of ESFPs, you don't know me. That's seriously like the number one quote of ESFPs. They get attached to a very specific position and hammer it to death no matter how much you prove them wrong. That's what they do. It's like I have typed an ISFP before, didn't want to be an ISFP, wanted to be an intuitive, wanted to be a thinker, and demonstrated to her again and again and again that she was using it. It wasn't just me, it was me, Spacey, and Susie, all demonstrating. No, see, this is FI what you're doing here. See, this is a contradiction. You're ignoring it because you want the alternate thing, blah, blah, blah. There was no getting through to her. FI Dom. It's like, I know what I want to be true, therefore it is. What are you going to do? It's like they don't even have extroverted intuition. It's like INFPs, I know what feels right, and I'll think about what might be true forever. But, ISFPs, I know what's true. Doesn't matter if it is, and I'll insist it is forever. You're using your intuition to guess that Cloud can sing and dance. No, you jump all over the place. You've made multiple different typings of me, Cloud. lots of different types over the course of the last couple of weeks. I probably named 6 or 7 different types, at least 4 or 5, you know? So again, you say things that are not consistent with things you said in the past. You say things that are not consistent with the facts. You say things that are unsubstantiated, like the only alternative for ESFJ is ISFJ since your SI is so overused. Well, what do you think SI is? You never answer any of these questions. If I were overusing my SI right now, I'd be in bed asleep like any sane person would at 1 in the morning. But I'm not. I'm up here arguing with you, Cloud, because my SI is not overused at all. It's unfortunately underused. It's the greatest source of discord in my life is that I don't often get enough sleep. I don't eat often enough. I don't take care of myself really. My SI is very fourth slot. I smoke. It's like always seeking some sort of SI thing. I bounce my knees. If you actually have ever known an SI Dom, have you ever known either an SI Dom or an SI tool user and had any actual thought about like, well, this is what they're like? You would never consider me possibly one. It's insane. If I were an SI tool user, I'd be anti-polar, and I'm obviously not that. If I were an SI Dom, I'd be any fourth and an introvert, and I'm obviously not either of those. So there you go, Cloud. I get worked up around TI stuff since it's my 4th slot. Have you ever actually known any ISTJs or ISFJs? Cloud, have you ever known any ISTJs or ISFJs? Because let me tell you what they tell me. Eric, it's just too many words. Like my friend Cameron, he's an ISTJ. He's an SI Dom. My dad, he's an SI tool user. My ex-wife, she was an SI tool user. My ex-girlfriend, she's an SI Dom. My best friend of 40 some odd years, he's an SI Dom. You just have to be either intentionally trying to be wrong or not caring at all about any kind of logical consistency to claim that I'm overusing SI. It would be the same as claiming I'm a short black woman, Cloud. If you want to claim I'm a short black woman, your case is just as good for that as is for ESFJ. I'm obviously not NI-polar, okay? I deal with my dad every day. He's NI-polar. It's incredibly frustrating. Incredibly frustrating. I couldn't possibly do my job. Well, that's not true. My friend Scott Wheeler, he's an ESTJ coach. He's pretty good. In fact, he's very good. Well, he's very successful, but he can never outsmart me. No chance. He's in my domain there. In debate, ENTP, it's ENTP's wheelhouse. ESTJ can master all the how-tos they want. They're never going to outsmart the ENTP in debate. They're always going to get outsmarted and surprised because we're just way more clever than they are. And in the shower, he sings Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star into a shampoo bottle pretending it's a microphone, and he's a short black woman who can make super good fried chicken. Not a stereotype, just a fact. True. All of those things are true. They're as true as everything Cloud says. Do I secretly have a teddy bear? Oh, it's no secret, Winston's mom. That's my special little buddy. I can't go to sleep without him. And the thing is, Cloud, just because I'm responding to you and telling you you're wrong and being somewhat, direct and assertive about things, authoritative in my tone, doesn't mean I'm getting worked up. After all, you write things so that I will engage them, right? And I'm not going to engage them with lies. I'm not going to avoid the facts. I'm going to show you enough respect to tell you when you're wrong. If I didn't respect you, for me to show you no respect is to not tell you you're wrong and not tell you why you're wrong. That's disrespectful. I won't do that to you or anybody else. Other people sometimes think that me telling them they're wrong, why they're wrong, or just how wrong they are is disrespectful. It's not, but for people who don't have TI in the front stack, they can view it as such. It's like I'm giving you enough respect to say, well, what you're saying doesn't withstand communicative muster. It's not defensible on a universal level, and therefore, since we're communicating, about ideas that people can understand and share with each other and find useful, it needs to be communicatively defensible. It's not enough to be useful to you. And so it's just how it is. It's like if you don't if you want to play racquetball, go to a racquetball court. Because here we're playing football. If you want to play, I like this. Oh, I like this too. And we don't like this. Or I don't like that either. If you want to play FI time or whatever, go play that. But that's not going to happen here. It's like defensibility matters here. Um, Subjective interests don't really matter very much unless it's the sort of thing that the subjective claim is going to be the definitive claim on the matter, which is true for subjective matters, of course. Like whether or not you like Joe is something only you know. That's a subjective. It might be a fact, but it's still a subjective piece of data. I can't access it independently of you telling me how you feel about Joe. I might be able to access some data that's external to you, FU data. Doesn't seem like you like Joe, but if you insist you do, then I can just conclude, well, your behavior is not in keeping with your feelings, or you're lying about your feelings, but I can't prove you're wrong because it's subjective data. Okay? There's a difference between subjective data and objective data. Truth is hidden beyond your little debates. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Okay, well, what picture would better convey to me that my world disgusts you than the words your world disgusts me? Do you think, Cloud, that you'd be better able to convey that to me with an image? Because I doubt I'd conclude that sentence from whatever image you presented me. So probably you're wrong. Probably, in fact, words are worth 1,000 pictures because words mean things and pictures are open to interpretation. The way I just did, Winston's mom, that's how one answers that conversation. I don't care about this. You can be right in your head. I won't disturb you anymore. You're not disturbing me, Cloud. Like I said, I appreciate the foil the student. I was looking for somebody to take a little lumber on the old behind, and I appreciate you volunteering for the position. You don't disturb me or bother me. Just because I point out you're wrong doesn't mean I'm not having a good time. It just means you're probably not having a good time. And that's, it's your prerogative. You don't have to stay here if you don't want. If you are having a good time, great. If you're not, that's okay. Let's get off my back. One thing about the dark in Hawaii is even on a clear night like this, it often sounds like it's raining. And the reason is because the wind moves through these palm fronds and makes a very rain-like sound. So often I'll come out here and is it raining? I'll stick my hand and I'll look up underneath the thing. I'll go, no, it's clear. It's not raining. It's just the sound of the wind, I guess. Someone thought I was an ESFJ at a certain point, I think, somehow. And someone else thought I was an ISTP. Well, someone else said INFJ. Others said INTJ. So it was INTP and INFP. I was close with INTP. Well, I mean, it just means you have a friend who, like almost everybody else in the world, is poorly tested by self-reporting tests. And that's just to be expected because it's not a process analysis, it's a correlative analysis. And those correlative analyses are prone to wrongness, substantially prone to wrongness. But yeah, the thing, and Isaiah Root's a perfect example. I was wrong when I typed Isaiah Root as INTP. All he had to do was make the one correct argument, and I agreed with him instantly. It's like, that's the difference, right? He came to me and said, you said an INTP, but I did this maneuver on this TI question here, and when I was typing this person, I was wrong, and I lost track of it. And so I don't think an INTP would do that. I'm like, you're right. That shows fourth slot, not third slot SI, and it's pretty definitive. You must be an INTP. And ever since then, it's made a lot more sense to him and me. It's like, once you find the right type, you go, yeah, okay, now, and then there's not any more doubt or question. You know, it's like, it's clear as day. You can't avoid it. He's an ENTP. I'm an ENTP. Rachel's an INFJ. I had nothing but problems until I found her right type, because she knew it wasn't the right type when I said she was an ENFJ. And it took me about a month to just eliminate ENFJ as a possibility. Just like, no, she can't possibly be, because this, you know. And once I told her, you know what, Rachel, I got something for you. Like a month after we started going on, actually, you're not an ENFJ, you're an INFJ. But you know, what can you do? I get as close as I can in an hour. You know. But see, that's why I'm more reliable than anybody else. Who else tells you that shit? Who else says to you, my typing might be wrong, but it's going to be more right than anybody else's? Nobody else says that, because nobody else is doing it right. Third emotion? You mean happy, sad, and angry? They are happy, sad, and angry, right? There's got to be this, or laughing, crying, and yelling are also interpretations of the same thing. I agree with you. There are three emotions, exactly. Happy, sad, and angry. Obviously, those are the three emotions. There don't need to be any more emotions. Everything else is just a meaningless distinction within those three. A pointless distinction. It's like, yeah, those are SI emotions. Old maid McGrath. Hungry, sleepy, and horny. Hungry, thirsty, and sleepy, and horny are all SI. Well, horny is kind of a challenging one. Horny might be a combination of different things, but hungry, sleepy, and thirsty are definitely all SI. The three big SI emotions, or also cold and hot, you know. Really, they do, right? Why do I need to know that you're, mildly amused? Who cares if you're +1 or +2? It doesn't make any fucking difference. It's not a real thing. You're right, Horse Mumbler. You are correct. Fright is distinct from those three. Is fright an emotion? Four emotions. There's another example. Horse Mumbler correctly proved me wrong, right? I said there are three emotions. Even if you want to go with that stupid frame, Eric, there's still four, at least. And I had to concede that, Fright is weak anger. I like that. I like that a lot. That's a great sentence. Fright is weak anger. Wow. That's great. Am I controlling or rigid? I just had two people successfully prove me wrong since you've been here, Cloud. Does that not suggest to you maybe you're doing something wrong? It's obviously possible. I've conceded being wrong twice since you've been here. And the people only had to say one thing. So, do you get it now? It's not me that's the problem there. Not me being not receptive to your arguments. It's you making shitty fucking arguments. Yeah, I really like that too, mate. The grot. Fright is weak anger. Did you make that up? That's great. You typed in my live chat. That makes you fair game. Obviously. Duh. I'm in a sassy mood tonight, aren't I? I'm not afraid to hurt some feelings tonight, I guess. Well, sometimes I just gotta let it all out. I gotta let out all the dick because I contain it pretty well most of the time. And sometimes I get fucking pissed off, It's like I'm not pissed off at Cloud at all. I'm just pissed off in general, and I'm sort of taking it out on you, Cloud. I'm sorry about that. I know you're kind of you're young, and I probably should have a little bit better discretion than that. And you are not the actual. um, you have nothing to do with why I'm angry, but I'm taking it out on you, and that's kind of not very fair of me. Sorry about that. What kind of ENTP responds like what? Like I just did? The fucking king of ENTPs himself. That's what kind. The very poster child of ENTPs. The definition. The example that everyone should give when they reference an ENTP with some sort of public presence. His name is Host Eric, and he's the most obvious, definite, indisputable ENTP in history. See? I don't seem like I'm always angry. It's ridiculous. I'm not an angry person. It rarely comes out. Most of the time, I'm very happy-go-lucky. Again, Cloud, you have shit tons of data to reference, but you choose not to reference any of it. So that's, it's like you keep making counterfactual statements that are just fucking garbage. And, if you're going to just make counterfactual garbage statements, you're going to not get very positive responses in reply. It is not true that I'm an angry person. Nobody who actually knows me would ever say that about me. I am mad right now, but even this, it's like when I'm angry, I express that anger in the most socially acceptable way imaginable. Namely, I rant a little bit on the internet. And I'm not even fucking laying real lumber. I'm not cursing. I'm not shaming. I'm not whatever. I'm just telling it like it is, And I'm not really worrying about the FE much right now. I try to worry about it. And I am an older ENTP. I am more developed than most ENTPs. Cloud, I'm not demanding anything from you. I'm saying if you want to play racquetball, you don't get to play by your own rules. If you don't want to play racquetball, fine. Don't play racquetball. Then we don't have to play racquetball. But if you're going to play racquetball, you don't get to make up your own rules. Okay? So it's like you're here to play TI with me. That's why you want to argue, right? Except you're trying to make up your own rules. The TI you're using isn't TI. You're not making any defensible statements, and your arguments don't withstand any muster. So that's why they don't get acknowledged the way other people's arguments do when they're right. Because you're not right. Now, Cloud, you just said I became ENFJ, and then you said I became ESFJ. Now, if you mean I became ENFJ, I'd be SI, saying I'm SI so much the whole time. So there's a problem there, right? If you're going back to ESFJ, fine. Okay, but again, you'd have to justify, you have to somehow explain away my obviously higher than slot TI. You'd have to somehow explain away my obviously non third slot NE. Let me tell you, third slot NE, and I've had my fill of it. It's like my dad, he doesn't get the fact that other people want to explore and discover for themselves. He wants to have explored and discovered and share his knowledge with us all the time. And we did a good job, I think, of making sure to care a lot about my dad's experience during this trip. And I considered effort to be a good son. But that's probably why I came back tonight kind of mad too, is like a full day traveling to Volcano back with my dad. It's like at one point I tell him, Dad, I'm not sure about this route because my phone is telling me there's a road closure up here. He just, son, I say Crater Rim Road. And he's just like, well, we're not anywhere near Crater Rim. I said, Dad, just fucking listen to me for a second. The man cannot listen to me. He's completely unwilling to listen to me. And the reason is because he knows I'm going to give him TI and NI. And he's just like, he wants to ignore the first and he's blind to the second. So I just throw my hand and go his way, whatever. And then we finally get to this gas station. I explain to him, but Dad, you're not listening. If the road is close to the volcano, there's no reason to go up there. And this is after trying to talk to him about this for a long ass time. And finally he's like, oh, well, it was open. But the point is, I wasn't trying to tell him, let's not go this way because the road closure. I'm saying, hey, there's a possible problem. Let's talk about it, No, I just push back, It's like, fucking god damn it, man. What the hell's wrong with you? Well, I know what's wrong with me. Then I pull over. He's just so reliant on his SI tool function. It's always just like what he already knows. Meanwhile, I was much more constrained on today's trip than I would have been if it had just been me and Rachel. In other words, I tend to want to we went to the volcano. Yeah, but that road looks interesting. Let's go up that road. I didn't really do any of that shit today because it's just like, it's like TE tour guide. Oh my God. Yeah, it's exhausting trying to get people on the same page who aren't in a contrary cognitive function stack like that. It's exhausting. Or even a complimentary one. Trying to get Kimberly on the same page about anything was fucking exhausting. It was like, why are you so fucking contrary? Why do you complain about everything? Why do you have a problem with everything? Why are you constantly a fucking problem? It's like, all I need is an easy life, Just don't make yourself a fucking problem. But so many people do. I don't like it. Anger isn't necessarily stronger. It has a distinct element that doesn't produce and doesn't necessitate the uncertainty that is implicit to fear. The difference is nature, not degree. Well, horse mumbler, the explanation here is countervalued in I. You're not respecting the power of a simple, concise, and direct sentence that conveys powerful meaning. To say that Friday's weak anger is to convey an idea. That stuff that you just wrote is called INTP countervaluing NI. NI is more powerful than that. You can't disrespect NI like that. It's a good turn of phrase, and that's more important sometimes than the truth, A good turn of phrase has more truth in it than TI logic sometimes. And that's just the nature of reality. I was struck by Trump's brilliant fucking political ad. I hate the guy, but he had this ad in California where he said other politicians talk about the narrator says other politicians talk about criminal justice reform. President Trump does it, and he cuts to this woman that he would have been, given life in prison or something for a non-violent drug offense, and he released her. Well, good for him. That's a good thing he did, but that's not a good reason to vote for the man. But that's a good ad to play in LA. That ad plays well in LA. That's NI, And you're never going to beat NI with just TI. You got to beat NI with NI. I've been thinking a lot about, it's like, how do you really attack Trump if you wanted to successfully get the message across? You got to message him as a coward. And that's what he is. He's an abject coward because he's afraid of the fucking truth. He's afraid to do what Cloud did tonight. Cloud is much braver than President Trump. Cloud stood in here and fucking tried to do battle despite being ill-equipped and totally in the wrong. He nevertheless came in here and engaged with me directly and took his fucking lumps. Trump's way too much of a coward for that. And that needs to be expressed to everybody in the country over and over again until the message gets clear. Trump is a coward because he's a liar. And he's a liar because he's a coward. Those two things need to be conjoined intellectually in everybody's minds. Lying and cowardice are the same fucking thing. It's a failure to be responsible for your words. Yeah, he's reshaping the country in his own fucking image. And we need to retake it with one thing only is going to help, and that's NI. Ultimately, TI is not going to win this battle. It's not going to win the battle for the soul of humanity. And that's the battle I intend to win. I want a more enlightened humanity when I'm gone. He does nothing but lie, horse mumbler. He does nothing but fucking lie. What did he lie about? Jesus Christ. I mean, it started even before he was elected. He was lying about the size of his crowds. He does nothing but lie. Eric, how do you see ESFJ people, and what are the main differences you see compared to you? Well, ESFJs, they're highly prioritizing appearances. So, for example, um, they're extremely cautious in their social media posts. When I was married to an ESFJ, it was the major source of conflict that led to our divorce was she wanted to continue to silence me in my expressions, especially those that were controversial, but I was no longer drunk. So there was no silencing me. And the various controversial positions I posted on Facebook, she couldn't tolerate the idea that people perceived me as, that I was being divisive, that I was making some people dislike me and therefore think ill of our family or something. They're obsessed with appearances. Additionally, they're easily entertained. Let's put it that way. I mean, for an ESFJ, it's very simple. You finish work, you go home, you watch Real Housewives, you drink and eat good things, and you go lie down in your comfortable bed, and it's very straightforward when you get home. ESFJs kind of have a good life for being an bipolar. My life is much more difficult than ESFJ's life ever would be, because if I were an ESFJ, I wouldn't be arguing with you, Cloud. There'd be no point in it, right? The only point there is because I value fundamentally, as an absolute value, the truth. Even more than I value as an absolute value, extroverted feeling. Ultimately, I rely on the truth to win the extroverted feeling battle. That, well, Eric may be arrogant. You may not like the way he says it. You may think he's a dick, but he's right. And ain't nobody gonna prove that wrong without doing battle with him. And of course, nobody who's positioned to try to win that battle would ever dare to have that battle, because they know I'll wipe the fucking floor with them. No, it's not the same old stuff. It's a long series of lies, each one compounding the former in terms of significance. Yeah, I mean, ENTPs do get addicted to stimulants. ESTJs don't get addicted to stimulants at all. They might have an alcohol problem, but even that, ESTJs are the least likely type to have a drug addiction problem of any sort. Well, I mean, anybody can get addicted to alcohol. Anybody can have an alcohol consumption problem. And I mean, anybody can get addicted to anything in theory, but no, Cloud, that's wrong. It's definitely wrong. ESTJs and ESFJs are probably the least addictive types, because it's a instrumental SI rather than an absolute, and it's second rather than fourth. But you probably have the people you think of as ESTJs or ESFJs are obviously mistyped. If you think I'm an ESFJ, then nothing you say about ESFJs is relevant at all, because you obviously don't understand ESFJs. So whoever you think is an ESFJ is almost certainly not. So I mean, that's the problem you got now. Now that you asserted that you believe me to be an ESFJ, then you think I represent what ESFJs are like, and therefore anything you say about ESFJs is certainly to be immediately dismissed. Casual cognition typed someone saying 1 + 1 is 2 is up for interpretation as INTJ. I mean, that's a stupid correlate, right? There's lots of reasons why somebody might say that, and why and what they're thinking and how their process to arrive at that statement is what determines what type they are, and not the actual statement itself. It's the same fucking correlate problem. It's like, oh, I take a shower every morning at the same time. What does that mean? I'm SI? No, it doesn't mean anything. It means you take a shower every morning at the same time. It could be SE, just getting that task done before you start your day. Could be SI. It depends how you're taking the shower. It depends what your mental processes are while you're taking the shower. Could be FE. Depends what your motivation is. Depends how you're framing the thing, right? So that's why correlates are so weak. It's like, oh, I'm taking a shower now because I'm going to go out on a day and I want to look nice. Well, then my motivation is FE. While I'm in the shower, let's say I'm enjoying it and I'm really feeling the rah-rah of the warm water and stuff. Well, then that's SI. But let's say I'm ignoring it and I'm just thinking about some intellectual thing. Well, then I'm inane while I'm showering. So it's like if you're not doing it right, you're going to be wrong. Almost always. And doing it right means rejecting those kind of false understandings that are built on correlates and replacing them with process analysis. That's what it means to do it right, which is why I'm the only one who's really doing it right. Cloud, none of my words are NE. Words aren't NE. Mental processes represent a way of paying attention. So, for example, if I'm paying attention by extroverted intuition, what that means is instead of just for example, if I were paying attention by extroverted feeling, I'd try to smooth things over or try to move the conversation to a more comfortable spot or something like that. If I were paying attention by let's say SI, I'd be pulling up examples from my memory, or I guess I'd be like, you know what, this is making, I'm cold. I don't know what I'd be doing if I were SI. I wouldn't be having this conversation. If I were an SI user, either one or two, I wouldn't be on YouTube making these videos. There are very few ESTJs or ESFJs on YouTube, and almost no ISFJs or ISTJs. My friend Cameron's an ISTJ on YouTube. You can watch his videos. Words there are in there, like zero. He has this whole long video of pictures of tanks that he took. There's any fucking words in it. And he just plays some random background music from the radio or whatever. It's like, Cameron, this video is so boring because you don't say anything in it. And it's just pictures of tanks. And he goes, well, maybe it's just for me, I guess. I didn't actually say, I was that much nicer than that, actually. I said, well, Cameron, you know, it might be more interesting to people if you put a little narration over it or something. But it's like, and he talked to me about my songs. He's like, a lot of your songs are too wordy for me, but I like this one because it's got fewer words or something. That's textbook SI stuff. But Cloud, I mean, look, remember, I'm NETI. We're talking right now about a system that I've already done all of that. In other words, remember, Cloud, this is my third attempt at getting it right. The first two were wrong. So what did I do? I replaced them with alternative ideas. All the cognitive function information I found out there was wrong. So what did I do? I came up with the ideas to make it correct. That's extroverted intuition. The fact that I don't have to constantly re-extrovertedly intuit the same ideas over again proves that I do have some SI. Not that I'm an SI DOM or an SI tool user. So it's like, if you don't want to be convinced by this argumentation, that's fine. You don't need to be convinced by this argumentation. It's entirely up to you. It's your prerogative. But please don't think that somehow there's any reason for anybody to agree with you. It's logical. It's just your feelings you're talking about. You're not talking about any actual good reasons, okay? So that's just how it is. I'm not trying to invalidate you as a person. I'm just saying, look, Cloud, it doesn't matter how many times you run the baseball into the end zone, it's still not a touchdown because that's not baseball. Okay? And what you're doing right now is you're trying to play football on a baseball diamond. It doesn't work. It won't ever work. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you, Cloud. Do you not understand that? I'm demonstrating what it looks like when one person doesn't use logical thinking and tries to argue with somebody who does. And it looks like what you're doing. You're just flailing wildly around at whatever seems like it might be an argument. And when I prove you wrong, you just drop what you just said, ignore what I said, and move on to something else. If you want to convince me of anything at all ever, it's very easy. Simply make a good argument. Make a better argument than the one I'm making. I will agree with you instantly. all it takes. I don't see you as suspicious. Hi, MJ. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm feeling my oats right now, you know. Um, I don't think you're suspicious. I think you're contrary. I don't know why exactly. You're not suspicious of my type. That's ridiculous. I mean, it's like you might feel like you might want me to be another type, or you might feel like I'm not the same type or something, but you're not suspicious. Suspicion involves some sort of reason for doubt. You don't have any reason for doubt because you don't have any apparent understanding of anything. So I don't know. Any train get you all aboard, now leaving Petticoat Junction heading south towards KY Station Gouda. Well, please show the ticket. I mean, I have some hypotheses about what your motivation is, but I don't really care. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people care a lot about motivations. They say, well, you're just trying to win, Eric, or you're just, I never make that mistake. I don't give a fuck what your motivations are. I don't have to deal with your motivations. I get to deal with your words, and your words are wrong. So who cares what you're motivated by? That's a beautiful thing about not having an FI and a very active slot is I don't care what you're motivated by. Doesn't matter. Well, I think you're trying to engage me on my terms, you know, but and you're trying to play too. You know, it's like, hey, I want to play too. Okay, well, great, come play. But you're not playing the same game. You're playing a different game. You're playing random statements unjustified by anything. So that may be one reason, or another reason might be, um, maybe some third party got in your ear and convinced you of something, and you believe them because you're not judging their thing by TI either. But I don't know. I don't know. But who cares what your motivation is? It doesn't make any difference. It's like, Cloud, again, listen to me. Please hear me this time. Don't just ignore what I say. Listen to me very carefully. It does not matter what your motivation is. Fortunately for both of us, it also doesn't matter what my motivation is because we have the actual words each of us are saying to compare against each other. My words make sense, yours don't. Just that simple. And I don't give a fuck what your motivation is. I don't care if you want the truth or you want to whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not thinking about stupid shit like that. That's just irrelevant. You know? It's totally irrelevant. So why would I bother thinking about it? I wouldn't. I don't do that stupid shit. People do that to me all the time. They go, oh, you're just taking this personally. You're just getting mad. You just want to win. People do that shit to me all the time. I never do that shit. It's a waste of time. Because, of course, even the most poorly motivated person can still be right. I could be the most biased person in the world. I could be Cloud. Incredibly biased and totally ignoring TI entirely and totally ignoring NI, and you could still be right, Cloud. In this instance, you're not, but you could. And that's why it doesn't matter what your motivations are. I haven't displayed any in the last hour, Cloud. You could never in a million billion years do what I've done for the last hour. Why? Because you don't have dominant extroverted intuition. In fact, no non-extroverted intuitor could ever do what I've done in a million billion years the last hour. That's the truth. Nobody else would have all the answers at a moment's notice, whether they thought about it before. You are not any blind. I mean, look, you keep going back and forth. If you were an ISFP, you very unlikely would do that. I think you were probably an ESFP, but I don't know. Right from the get-go, I doubted whether you were an ESFP when you said it. Right from the get-go, I said, I don't know. I don't know, Cloud. I've never talked to you or typed to you. I've only read your fucking chats. As I've said a billion times, I can't type people like that. Nobody can. And people who tell you they can are lying to you. That's it. You don't like that answer? I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah, I did say that. You're right. I said you're not ISFP. And then I backtracked a little bit and I said, well, I can't really tell it for sure. And that's my official answer. Did I overreach slightly in my first statement? Yes, I did. And in that regard, you are correct. And do you see what happens here, Cloud? You made a good argument. And what happened? You won. That's all it takes. All you got to do is be right. And I will tell you you're right every time. No sleep tonight. Well, cages, I would say it's when you have a pineapple and you're bent over and you're putting it up your own ass. That's when it's the right time to do that. I want you to go ahead and do that to yourself real hard. Take a big pineapple and just shove it up the ass, back and forth, up and down, up and down, up and down. The thorny, pointy part up, okay? Really tickle that prostate with those stabs, okay? And then when you're done, I want you to cut open the pineapple and eat it. Okay? Does that sound like a good plan, Cadges? Cadges Martinez? This is going to encourage Cadges, Winston's mom. That's why he did it. Cadges is obviously a spite monkey of some sort. So, you know, I can generally intuit those right away. Your stimulants are wearing off. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Isaiah Rude. That is indeed a tragedy. I just took more stimulants because fuck it. It's already 1:35. I can tell I'm not sleeping, so might as well just roll on through. Try to get a good night's sleep tomorrow before I go to Berkeley. My stimulants are just wearing off. I'm in a weird limbo of jitteriness, but also wanting to sleep. I see. That's how an ENTP speaks. So Isaiah, you're an ENTP according to Cloud. What type do you think I am? Do you recognize in me somebody of your own type or somebody of a different type? See, that's extroverted intuition, Cloud. I can turn whatever you say against you because I'm just that clever. That's how an ENTP does. You're barking up the wrong fucking tree. Because I will fall over and crush your ass. So that's just how it goes. And you know what? It's like I said, I woke up tonight. I didn't wake up. I stayed up tonight. And I didn't go to sleep because I felt like spitting some harsh truths to the world right now. Just like I've had enough of bullshit in the world. You're right. It is kind of cringe. It's super cringe. It's third slot FE, selfish cringe. You're right. Now, if I were an ESFJ, I'd never say that, right? That would be shitty FE. It's very poor FE to say, I'm so close. Good reason to think I might not be an ESFJ, huh? Well, Cloud, now you've really done it, haven't you? Into an argumentational corner here. You wanted to get in that little FE attack by talking about me being cringe, but in doing so, you invalidated all of your ESFJ arguments. So which is it gonna be, huh? What are you gonna choose? You're gonna get to attack me on my third slot FE cringe, or you're gonna get to attack me on mistyping myself and being wrong for years and years, despite being the only person who's actually right about it. Yeah, we do have some differences. Sure. Isaiah Rude and I have some differences. The thing is, ESFJ extroverted intuition is, it's very crafty. It's not very arty. So it's like my ex-wife Candace, she heard about this art technique called image transfer. She took a class from some lady who taught it to her, and then she proceeded to execute that craft many times over and over again for different pictures. Same craft over and over again, different pictures. Never doing any art, right? Just craft. That's textbook ESFJ NE, third slot. It's like my dad's third slot NE. He likes to travel a lot. He likes to explore places. He likes to come up with plans for vacations and stuff like that. He likes to talk and tell stories. He doesn't like to listen. He doesn't like to follow other people's lead. He doesn't like to let other people explore and discover for themselves. That's some fucking third slot NE. Who are just correlated? I don't know either. I hypothesized early on that, or a little while ago, that he wants to. He likes this. This game seems fun from the outside, and he wants to play. You know, what I keep trying to convey to him is that's perfectly fine. I appreciate you wanting to be included in the activity, but we're not gonna give you points for missed baskets. We're not going to change the rules of the game to make it more conducive to you having a good time. So I don't ignore your good points. I conceded the one point you made that was good. You conceded it instantly. This is the problem. You say something like that, I have the actual counterexample at my disposal right there, right now, because it just happened. Well, if you want your NI to sleep well, you probably have a long wait. It's fourth slot, and that means it's not very good. It's about as good as my SI, which is not very good. I got to destroy the evil in the galaxy too. Bob, you and I are on the same page there. I'm a person who believes in righteousness, and I have a clear moral compass, and I am a person who makes normative claims. One ought to do, one should not. I'm evil? What makes me evil? Being right? Not letting you be wrong without calling it out? That's what makes me evil? I mean, talk about a totally baseless character attack on me. I'm not evil at all. I oppose evil at every turn. I oppose the evil that you're perpetrating right now by calling me evil. After all, that's a lie and false, and you know it's false too. So yeah, I'm going to call you out on it. That makes me good, righteous, just, and true, not evil. So, and he's go counterpunch, falls to the ground. It's like, come on, dude. Sometimes nothing's a pretty cool hand, not this time. But see, Cloud, I already informed you and everybody else when I started this thing. I'm full of piss and vinegar right now. First of all, I am an excellent teacher, but you're not my student. This is my live stream. I am not obligated to teach you shit. Although I've taught you a great deal tonight. It's not me unwilling to teach, it's you unwilling to learn. That's the truth. After all, I've made lots of good statements about how you can approach this differently, how you ought to approach this differently, why I'm not responding the way you want me to, where you're wrong in every single instance, and you don't think of that as a learning opportunity. That's your fucking problem. Okay, then don't be me, Cloud. Absolutely. You can't. You'll never be me. In a billion years. You're not the same function stack. You're not capable of being me. Even people who have the same cognitive function stack have limited capacity to be me. I have my own unique particular history that has been conducive to my development in certain ways, which includes, for example, Cloud, you got timed out. You don't try to be as good as you can. I mean, you got to be very sexy first to actually make the world a better place. Oh, well, cool. I got that prerequisite done. Because believe me, Cadges, Martinez, I am sexy AF. That's why I got the hat. You don't have a sexy hat, do you? My hat only speaks truth when I wear it. It says SEXY on it. All glitter. It is the truth of God's fist pounding your head into the ground. Indeed, my sexiness can be denied by none. Cadges Martinez, I'm guessing you are here to admire my sexiness. Definitely drink water. Usually it's dehydration or hunger, one of the two. Yes, Adderall makes you have a headache at the end of this cycle, at the end of this stretch. It depends how much you took and how long you took it. You need enough sleep, you need enough food, you need enough water. That doesn't solve good sleep. Always pull plenty of long reps throughout. You'll be fine. But yeah, Addy makes you have a headache periodically. Like it didn't today for me because I finally got all my SI shit in order. I took 4 Addies this morning, rolled the volcano back, and still couldn't sleep. So it's like, okay, I guess I'm rested. Hey, fucking piao piao, motherfuckers. It's like, I like this Eric. I know nobody else likes this Eric, but this Eric's been gone for too long. I've been nice for a while now. I have been sweet and gentle and trying to play the softy thing or something. I don't know, but sometimes I just want to be like, piao, fucking piao, motherfuckers. Piao, fucking piao. Yes, you are, Isaiah Rude. Your mom generously shared her weed with you. That is very nice of her. That's a good mom. Yeah, it's okay. Well, we're leaving. We're leaving in the morning. We got to go back to Los Angeles. I mean, we're leaving tomorrow afternoon, but we got to check out of here by 9:45 a.m. I had sensitive parents, but I don't complain about them. I mean, I complain about my dad a little bit now, just because he's a challenge for me sometimes. But despite complaining about him, I had nothing but utmost respect for the man and appreciation for all he's done for me as a parent, as well as my mom. I was brilliantly well raised, and I should never say a word about either of my parents, frankly. But I got to talk a little bit about some of the frustrations that I have dealing with my dad, because it's not like I can really talk to him about it. I don't want to talk to him about it. I don't want to burden him with anything at this point. Like, no, Dad, you don't need to change at all. I need to adjust to you. That's fine. It's frustrating because he can't hear for shit. And as I told him the other, like, we're going to the luau thing, right? And we're going to the registration desk. My dad asks the luau guy a question. The luau guy answers the question, and my dad doesn't say anything. I think he hasn't heard the answer. So I repeat the answer to him. He goes, I heard him. I know what he said. I'm like, okay, Dad, well, this is a pretty fucking thorny minefield here. It's like, on the one hand, I want to help and make sure that my dad does understand what's being said. I can tell when he doesn't or hasn't understood. But if I'm wrong, then it's like, I heard. It's like, come on, Dad. I mean, it's like, fucking Christ's sakes. But that's my dad, and my job is to be a good son and not complain about stuff like that and not try to change Dad or anything like that, because he deserves nothing but my respect and love and admiration. He's a good guy. He's a good man. And, a little bit, he provokes a little hair pulling from me, but yeah, I love my dad. He's a good guy. He cares about me. He cares about Delilah. He cares about my mom. ESTJs care a lot about family. They take care of their families, and they like being like the patriarch. My dad likes that role. It means a lot to him. And yeah, I know we did our best, Winston, Mom. We all did. I understood that coming in, and made a concerted effort to be as accommodating, as I could. At the same time, I had to wrestle with not just me, but other people who maybe are a little less inclined to be fully cooperative, I guess. But yeah, Isaiah Root, I had the same experience with my daughters in ESTP. It's like we didn't have any conflict. We never got mad at each other. We did, but it would be very brief blow up, and then we'd be like, I'm sorry too, and that was it. SERP Kirkable, I'm not sure if I'm an ENTP or INFP. How can I find out? Well, you want to check your TI, basically, is one way. But also, what's your polar? If you have a lot of trouble answering questions like, what do you really like? What do you really want? What do you really, those questions seem to baffle you. You're more likely FI polar than SE polar. If you can't seem to ever do anything because you haven't thought it all out all the way yet, then you're more likely to be INFP. It's odd that you say you're not sure if you're an ENTP or an INFP. I would expect you to say you're not sure if you're an ENTP or an INTP, or potentially an ENFP or an INFP. But the fact that you can't tell whether you're an ENTP or an INFP, that's a little odd. And you keep going back and forth and wondering and musing forever, then you're probably an INFP or an 7 ILE. Okay, well, I mean, they're not like they're different in different systems. So if you're an ILE in socionics, then you are a ENTP. ENTPs are sensitive. We're very sensitive, actually. We're extremely sensitive. Fuck you, Cloud. I'm not censoring you for shit. You're still here fucking spewing your nonsense. Censor you. Just because Winston's mom put you on timeout for 3 minutes doesn't mean you're fucking censored. It means you said something that she deemed crossed the line. That's why she's a moderator. She has the power to do that. Maybe never meet again. Cloud, fucking suck my dick. Are you serious? Jesus Christ. Get your panties out of a bunch. Get the sand out of your vagina. Come on, man up. Fucking Christ's sakes. Take a little bit of a beating in an argument and want to go cry home and disappear forever. Weak as fuck, dude. Weak as fuck. Yep, taking no prisoners tonight. It feels good, too. I love it. I love being a dick sometimes. I have to sometimes. I gotta freaking clear it out of my system. Because she's a moderator, Cloud. That's what it means to be a moderator. Is you have the power to choose that yourself. I don't fucking step on my moderator's toes. I don't even question why she timed you out. She used her discretion. I trust her discretion. That's why she's a moderator. That's why you're not a moderator. But I don't trust your discretion. I don't let others control my chat. I delegate moderator duties to people like any live streamer does. Cloud. You said I was evil. I mean, that's about as harsh a critique as you can make. Cloud, again, they're not my minions. They're moderators. They're people whose discretion I respect or think highly enough to delegate that responsibility to. Once I've delegated it, I'm not going to fucking micromanage. Because I understand that you got to give people their own sovereign area, so to speak, I don't have any minions. I got no minions. This channel is not a minion-y heaven place. I'm just not that friendly, I guess. It's like I'm not that kind of a leader, exactly. I lead with the truth. Good leaders make people feel safe, and I don't necessarily make people feel safe. So depending on what I'm doing, I can be a good leader. Like when I'm a debate coach, I tend to be a pretty good leader. I make the kids understand that it is safe to lose, that you will learn when you lose, that it is safe to fail in front of me. That failure is not only tolerated but encouraged because it's a necessary part of the process. I am, in that respect, a very good leader. I make all the debaters feel safe that they can attempt and fail with me approving of that. But this isn't my job. This is my indulgence. And yeah, old mate McGrath, I second that notion. There aren't too many people more representative of our little community than Winston-Salem. If Winston-Salem times you out, then we're all on board. You must have said something. People will hate me no matter what. People will hate me in the end no matter what because of my third slot FE. It's just not good enough to overwhelm the FE considerations of other people. Like, other people are going to feel like I'm not affording them due respect in my dealings with them a lot of times if I'm disagreeing with them because I'm not going to be. I didn't say you hate me, Cloud. I said people were going to hate me. Again, don't try to put words in my mouth that I didn't say. Well, yeah, you want to frame it as that, Cloud. I know you do, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, it's people are definitely gonna hate me no matter what because I will always make videos like this sometime. I'm so sorry to hear that, Sir Kirk Caval. Which of my reassuring platitudes would you like? There's plenty of fish in the sea. You'll find a better girl. She was no good for you anyway. Or don't do anything stupid. Don't get any tattoos. Because I was always trying to convince her to STH. I'm not sure what that is supposed to say. Can you clarify? Sometimes I can figure out what you were trying to say, but in this case, I can't. I'm sorry to hear about that too. It is very painful breaking up with people, being broken up with, or whatever. No, FI is a fine topic. We talk about FI with FI though. We don't talk about it with TI. That's the appropriate form for FI. We were talking in some subject. She was an INFJ. And are you an ENTP? ENTP INFJ is the ideal relationship, I think, but it's got to be the right two. I think Enneagram type has a fair amount to do with that, actually. I think one of the main reasons Rachel and I get along so well is that we're both sevens. So neither of us like a lot of constraint. We like to play a lot, and we both get how I don't feel like it is a plenty good reason for anything. It's like there aren't many people who really understand. Okay. I don't need that kind of stupid talk, Catches. That's ugly talk. I don't take it as either a compliment or criticism or anything, Cloud. I take it as a specious claim, what it is. I don't have any inherent preference to being need to be. I just am one, and it's simply the fact. When I first encountered MBTI, before I ever encountered cognitive functions, I just read the type descriptions. I said, well, I'm obviously an ENTP. Now, that wasn't a very good way to type myself, but I didn't know anything about cognitive functions then. Then, like 10 years later, when I returned to the internet, there was a bunch of stuff about cognitive functions. I read all that stuff, obviously still an ENTP, never doubted it for a second. The more I learned, the more convinced I was. And at this point, I would say I am, in fact, literally the textbook example of an ENTP. I'm somebody who's uploaded thousands of videos on all different subjects, who's uploaded hundreds of songs, hundreds of comedy things, live streams, intellectual videos about ideation that I've come up with myself. I parsed out some things that I thought were worth explaining that I didn't come up with myself. But even the stuff that I parsed out that I explained that I didn't come up with myself, I taxonomied it myself. So we have all the debate shit I talk about. Most of those terms are not things I came up with, although some of them are, but most of them are existing debate terms. But I've structured it in a certain way because that's how ideationally it works best. Cloud, songs take a lot longer to make than a video, okay? When I'm doing this, it's easy, no effort. I'm just NETIing, maybe some FE, it's right in my wheelhouse. When I'm making songs, it takes effort because I'm accessing my ignoring NI, and it's not something that's easy. I've got to sort of wait for the right thing to hit, and then I recognize it as such. It's difficult, but they're not all the same. Of late, I've been mostly live streaming, that's true. But that's another thing about ENTPs. They go through phases. So there are phases where I mostly did comedy. There are phases where I mostly do live streams. There's phases where I mostly do cognitive videos. There's phases where I mostly do math. So again, all this evidence is contradicting everything you say, but you keep ignoring what I'm saying, right? You don't respond to what I'm saying in any meaningful sense. You just contradict it. And that's why I can't really take you very seriously as an arguer, because you're not engaging with the ideas. When I point out that if you look at the data, there's too much range for anything but an NE-DOM. There's too much activity for anything but an extroverted NE user, It's just, there's too much talking. And there's too much talking that's not banal. In other words, if I were an ESFJ, I might talk a lot, but it would be about banal shit. Of course it would. Because why? I don't want to be controversial. I don't want to provoke people. I don't want to make anybody mad. I want to maintain good perceptions. Look at ENFJ videos. Like, what kind of videos does Megan Labuda make? She makes videos that are like, things I love about INFJs. Have I ever made such a video? No. That's not my style. I mean, the way an ENTP works is this. You repeat the same thing, variations of it, multiple times until it settles into something in your SI. And you got to repeat it multiple times because the SI is a little slow to pick up on something. So, for example, every time I talk out all these cognitive function ideas, I talk out many of the same things, but I also generally have new insights. Like I'm still evolving on my understanding of how the values work, as whether they're instrumental or absolute in various slots. Like it seems to me that the second slot function does validate as an absolute value for a field almost. Like, in other words, TI is an absolute value here in the communications within this field, but it's not an absolute value for me personally. So this is something I thought today, and as always, it begins with an SI assessment, my own personal knowledge from my own experience, and then I generalize up and out, and I check with NI and TI to make sure that my generalizations are sound. So in other words, all my generalizations have to be sound with my other generalizations that I've made before, or that I am and have established as semi-unconditional, which is to say a lot of conditional shit rides on top of it. I don't hate Queen's Gambit at all. I don't even think about him until people bring him up around here. It never crosses my mind. Where's SI? Eric's SI creative. Your creative function is like a gift to the world. How is Eric using SI beyond himself? Is the creative function the tool function? I'd be happy to debate him. Sure. I did. He came in here to the chat and tried to debate me one time, and I destroyed him, and that's why he hates me so much. I'd be more than happy to debate him. Sure. Anytime. All he has to do is shoot me a message or whatever. Call me. Anything. No problem. I mean, he's not going to want to debate me. Listen, Cloud, I'm pretty sure it was him. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure it was him who emailed me a couple of long emails from an email address to which I couldn't reply. I mean, it's the very definition of cowardice. It's like, talk about not wanting to be fed his own bullshit. That guy did not want to be fed his own bullshit. He will never debate me, but I'm totally down. Anytime, anywhere, no problem. Chaos incoming. Yeah, I really, Winston's mom has it right there. I appear on screen. I respond to comments sometimes. I respond to chats mostly, entirely, but I believe it, Isaiah. You're on the right track already. Look, you've learned about the difference between inspired melodies and uninspired melodies in your early 20s. I didn't learn about it until my early 30s, really. I struggled with understanding what songwriting even was until then, and I slowly got better. You're at a big advantage. You got a big head start. Keep working at it, you will be fucking badass. Because as long as you have the right frame, namely, and understanding that you're seeking NI, no, okay, just not at all. The reason I changed Socionics was because of a couple of core problems it has. For example, the information elements attribute cognitive functions, which are attentional matters possessed by people, to objects external to people. Now, that makes no sense at all. So I had to correct that. That's first off the bat. Their whole information metabolism model is fucked up because they attribute cognitive functions to objects rather than to people. So that's obviously wrong. We can dismiss that entirely right off the bat. In fact, the reason I changed Socionics, I didn't change it, I corrected it, is because it was wrong, not because it disagreed with how they need to be. In the existing Socionics model, I have just as much as they need to be as in the correct model. Because Socionics isn't so wrong that it mistypes me. Not at all. Can you talk a bit about ENTP loops like NEFE or SI grip? SI grip is a response to trauma usually. When this is how ENTPs do things. I reference a personal experience. I generalize it out. But the thing is, unlike most people who might reference personal experiences and generalize them out, I don't generalize it out if it doesn't validate on NI and TI. So that's why, even though this starts from my own experience, it's a very good, reliable approach for me. So, for example, when my dog died, I retreated to SI for a good solid week. I just took care of myself. I slept, I cleaned the house, I did a lot of things to nest and protect my soul, so to speak, through the only means I really have of protecting my soul, which is SI. It's the only real experiential element of life that makes good sense to me. I know at the end of the day, if I'm upset or whatever, I can curl up in a cozy position with a cup of coffee and familiar media that is unchallenging and whimper and lick my wounds and feel better. That's what's available to me. It's the only real connection I have to the animal self, to the real core human self. I don't have FI, not in any meaningful sense. I experience it periodically, brief stretches of time, but it's not something I understand. Not something I can do anything with, really. So, yeah, I say you should be making videos all the time too. The only reason you're not is because you're holding yourself to too high of a standard. It's like, make some shitty videos. Fine, go ahead, do it. Just talk about random shit and just upload it. Don't even care. And just keep doing that. And both you as a YouTuber will evolve and your audience will grow. And I don't doubt that you'll, in short order, be more successful than me, like just about every other YouTuber out there who does cognitive functions or anything related. They've all surpassed me in terms of success. Why? Well, because being right is not what people watch videos for. Like, Cloud doesn't come to participate in this live stream because he knows I'm right and wants to learn. That'd be a good reason to, but that's not his reason. You know, but Isaiah Root is a lot less 8 than me. So he's probably going to be a lot more successful at YouTube. He's got better FE, you know. 8's not good FE. 8 plus self-aggrandizement and, you know what, I'm tired of the bullshit. Here's the truth. I'm so clever and I'm so smart and I've got right numbers, got all that arrogant shit plays terribly. People fucking hate it. Why do I do it anyway? I don't know. I don't know why. I usually don't. But, you know, you wake up and you're in a pissy mood, then you're in a pissy mood. What are you going to do? Yeah, I got the 10,000 hours part fine, but it took a little more than that. Actually, it's got to be Justin Bieber who tells you the truth. Just pay him. Well, you know, I don't think Justin Bieber would do a very good job of telling my truth. It's a little complex for him, I suspect. But how about Billie Eilish? She's popular right now. She's very popular. The thing is, I was thinking the next cognitive function video I want to do is actually going to be the proper romantic type for each type. I'm going to go over why duality is correct for judgers and why my understanding of duality is correct for perceivers and socionics is wrong for perceivers. So, you know, it's like the proper types are ENFP, INTJ, ENTP, INFJ, ENTJ, no, I'm sorry. Well, the regular duals for all the judges, you know. ISFP, INFP works well. I know it's going to cause conflicts because you got conflicting tool functions. Well, just because INFP girls fall in love with you, first of all, even if that's the case, it doesn't mean it's a good relationship just because you're able to seduce somebody doesn't mean it's going to be a good relationship. And second of all, the fact that you are identifying them as INFP is not a good indication they're INFP, since you now identified yourself as ISFP despite having identified yourself as the SFP all the time heretofore. So you obviously are not quite sure about who's what and what's who. E for an INTJ, no thank you. Oh, ENFP for an INTJ, no thank you. I like our ENFPs, but they are too pretty, too popular, too extroverted, and I've yet to have an abstract conversation with any candidate, any of them. They're nice. Well, that's also not a good reason to conclude they're INFPs. You know, a good half of all censors will type as intuitives, probably. Either on internet tests or on self-typing. Most ESFPs type themselves as intuitives, for example. Most ISFPs probably type themselves as intuitives at first. A lot of ESTPs type themselves as intuitives. My INTJ brother, although apprehensive about opening up himself romantically at all, has expressed interest in ENFPs from a romantic standpoint, I think. The INTJs don't like to really reveal a lot about themselves. They're very slow to reveal that. I think it took probably 6 months before Winston's mom made the big reveal of her first name. That was the next day. I remember it still. But what makes you sure? Is it that what makes you sure? What makes you sure you're introverted? So it's interesting. INTJ, Winston's mom, doesn't think that ENFJ is a good partner for them. My reasoning for it is that um, for ENFPs and ENTPs, we don't really want an SI dom because our absolute value fifth is stronger than the seeking value in the fourth. And so we're going to validate an NI dom more than we're going to validate an SI dom. That's actually not true, Matthew. When I was with my ESFJ ex-wife, I actually thought she was an ENFJ. So if you wanted that to be true there, you'd say ENFJ was the best match for ENTP, but now it's INFJ. Except even when I was with her, I still didn't think she was the best match. I just said ENFJ and ENTP can work out well. It's a good, potentially good match. I want somebody to play with. I can protect myself. I can think for myself. I can feel what I need to feel for myself. I want to play with someone and then talk to them after blush. Okay, if you want to, Cloud, that's fine. Like I said, I have no ill feelings towards you at all. Oh, you meant ISFJ. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. You know, when I got with Kimberly, I said I won socionics, and I did. What I learned was that socionics was wrong about duality. This is a good case study, right? It's like when you're ignoring NI or when you're not. So it's, as an ENTP, I have a lot of faith in my ability to shape reality into what I want it to be. And so naturally, if I'm in a relationship, I'm going to tell the narratives that make that relationship the right one, because that's what an ENTP expects from their partner. Unfortunately, ISFJ doesn't provide that, whereas INFJ does. So, no, I mean, it's a good point, Matthew. It's a absolutely the right point to make, which is, but Eric, didn't you say? Yeah, I did. You're right. I'm saying I'm wrong now. I was wrong then, you know. The thing is, the nice thing though is that I have this clear comparison between my relationship with Kimberly and my relationship with Rachel. Now, granted, Kimberly's not the textbook ISFJ, and Rachel's not the textbook INFJ. In fact, they're both rather deviant from the textbook. But regardless, Rachel and I have almost no conflict, like almost zero. Every once in a while, we'll have a little fight. It's usually a miscommunication of some sort. But we're really careful with each other, with our words, which is the most important thing, you know. ISFJ just are not very careful with their words, and they're very stubborn. It's like their SI resistance to NI. You're really going to have a problem with ISFJ at the end of the day, because the ENTP is going to always say, yeah, but NI, and that's going to push on their 8th slot. And they're not going to like that. INFJ is very tricky type to deal with. It's part of the reason why I think ENTP is the right type for them. Here's why they're so tricky. They're follower types, basically. In other words, they're counterpunchers. They're reading the situation, responding a lot, you know. They'll respond positively to a certain amount of SE, okay? So it's like, hey, Rachel, you want to go do this? Yes, that sounds great. She's happy. I'm providing some SE. However, if you push it too hard, then you start imposing on their SI. So if you do too much SE, all of a sudden they're getting tired and cranky. And you do not want to impose bad SI on an INFJ. That will piss them off. And very little else will cause them to get really snarky with you, but that will. And so, you know, I've learned to I'm a very deft and nuanced reader of Rachel. She's not going to give me, as an INFJ, she's not going to give me very clear, definitive signals that she doesn't like this idea, or she's being, she's getting fussy or whatever. I've got to be a step ahead of her in that regard, and that's fine because I'm really the same way. I hate having SE imposed upon me, and she and I are on the same page there. It's like neither of us like to have anything imposed upon ourselves. We like to go with the flow. We like to play what we want when we want and be able to shift gears when we want and all that kind of shit, It's not a very fair way to deal with the world to expect it to be responsive to that much just sort of random whim, but that's what we expect. And when the thing about Rachel is she's very agreeable, but if you try to take advantage of that agreeability or push that agreeability to a place where it makes her uncomfortable, I think in the past, she doesn't really stop being agreeable. She just breaks up with people and goes, well, you don't respect me because you're taking advantage of my agreeability. You got to be really not a very physical person to not take advantage of agreeability in that fashion. And I'm not a very physical person. I understand agreeability as a desire to be communicatively on the same page, not a desire to do what someone else wants. All along the MBTI journey, I've watched people realize their types are not quite correct and change them. C.S. Joseph did this. He did. Michelle Wilson, I think, did, and so many have. It may take time to know. When did C.S. Joseph change his type? FI, when she's shamed or blamed, can get quite unpleasant and evil-minded, or she slams the door shut. Well, he's not even shamed or blamed. It's extended too far. Have to take her agreeableness for granted and assume she's following uncomplaining or something. That's what causes her to get quite unpleasant, evil-minded. I wouldn't call her evil-minded. Even at her worst, she's not exactly evil-minded. She's nasty, maybe, but she doesn't say things that make me. She's careful with her words. That's what she is. Most of all, she is careful with her words. That's what somebody has to be. They're going to be with me. They have to be careful with their words. I found C.S. Joseph's early video 2 years ago. He led me to Jung and the Four Sides of the Mind, all sorts of good words. Later, I went back and saw his attitude changed. I don't like his frequency. Well, all of a sudden he had some sort of status as expert to protect, and he knew he didn't really have the goods to back it up. And then he had to rely on was, you read the book. I had a mentor. I didn't make the stuff up myself. This is my ideas. That's his big defense. Well, that's not a fucking defense of anything. The fact they're not your ideas doesn't mean they're right. The fact that they're not your ideas and you keep insisting that is why we should believe them is further proof that you're no ENTP. C.S. Joseph is a jester full of wickedness and corruption. I wouldn't call him a jester. I'd call him a snake oil salesman. A jester is trying to have fun. He's not playing a big joke on us. He's trying to exploit a TE thing he built and not care about the TI at all. It's like back in the early 90s, we saw the vitamin salesman do their magic. He's an Alex Jones vitamin salesman first and foremost, but I think he began honestly to find answers. What are you? I don't know, Cloud. I mean, what type are you? I would guess ESFP. Maybe ENFP. I don't know. What archetype? What are the possible choices of archetypes? There's a lot of different possible archetypes one might imagine. Um, you know, you're kind of the I don't know. I don't know what your list of possible archetypes are. I guess you'd be, in tarot, you'd be something like the magician, a young person who's finding his ways and means in the world, I guess. I wouldn't call Cloud a troll. Um, I'd call him a provocateur, perhaps, but not a troll. Cloud's not. Cloud's Cloud's not just trying to create chaos. He's trying to figure out what's going on here between us, I think. Like, he doesn't understand why his attempts to argue with me don't go the way I guess he would imagine they would, but that just seems to compound the problem because it's probably a little attacky the way I explain it. Winston's mom says, Cloud, that you are a squire, a young gentleman who one day hopes to mount a horse and lead the joust. Chaucer would tell of your tales and probably find you a character worthy of a story. He'd probably tell of your Tales, though, I'd guess. Do you have an actual tail, Cloud? From the back, from your lower back, you can hold on to branches with? No. I am harsh moral judger. My FI is not secondary. You won't sway me like an ESFP. When I observe other ESFP, they're so simple and plain. Well, I'm a harsh moral judger, but my FI is polar. So what's the explanation there? Intentional tales. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I usually interpret your misspellings as the puns they're intended to be, but in this case, a reference was too obscure for me, so I didn't make the connection. I don't judge your IQ. When have I ever said anything about your fucking IQ, Cloud? I've never said a word about your IQ. Why do you keep putting words in my mouth that I didn't say? You're trying to draw conclusions from words that I did say that aren't supported by the words I said. In other words, if I said, you are an apple on the ground, that yesterday was not on the ground, you might correctly conclude that I additionally mean that you fell from the tree. There's enough there to support that. But you're trying to draw such deductions about things where you cannot make that conclusion at all. That's true, Cloud, but you don't view it like that. You view your reasoning as part of yourself because you're an FI item or an FI tool user, whatever you are, FI somewhere in the front stack. So you don't understand words as being distinct from the people making them. You find them as expressions of people who are attempting to explain what they actually mean. Whereas I see words as meaning actual things and people as either saying the right or the wrong words, In other words, they either say what they mean or they don't. Okay, I don't care if you're an ISFP or an ESFP, Cloud. I'm not I don't have a position on that, really. I've said on a couple occasions, I don't think you're an ISFP. It doesn't seem like you're arguing like an ISFP, but that's not definitive at all. Maybe you are an ISFP. I don't know. What I do know is that I've not judged your IQ one time, ever. Even though you keep saying things like, you judge my IQ, and I don't, but you say it anyway. Yeah, I still don't judge your IQ. I know that's not an IQ thing. You don't make that contradiction because you're dumb. You make that contradiction because you're TI polar. That's my best guess. Now, you might be an ISFP, in which case you're TI 8th. But I don't think so. I think you're probably TI polar. Sure, I would be happy to judge your IQ, Sir Duval. I judge it adequate. Congratulations. Would you like to judge my IQ? I'm ready to hear needs improvement. I'm totally ready for that. It does need improvement. I could be a lot smarter than I am. Oh, well, I'll have to do with the smartness that I have, I guess. No, I'm not going to have any nap. I took 4 Adderalls about half an hour, 40 minutes ago. I gave up on going to sleep tonight. Eric IQ is 75. Wow, I'm dumb. I had no idea that I had an IQ of 75. That is really depressing. I was hoping I would be a little smarter than that, but because that it does qualify as mentally disabled, or rhymes with she farted. Did the ISFJ ESFJ relationship duality idea make you doubt the relationship with your wife? No. I mean, I was done with my wife by the time I got with ISFJ. I didn't even know about. I didn't even really know about duality when that marriage broke up. That marriage broke up right at the very beginning of my YouTubing. I was just learning about cognitive functions and stuff. I had her mistyped as an ENFJ. I didn't know enough at the time. Friday is Valentine's Day. Fuck. God damn it, I fucking hate Valentine's Day. Maybe you and Rachel could gift of the Maggie, despite what she tells you. Try to have a Valentine homemade or store-bought ready for her. I speak for women pre-Valentine. Shape or size? Shape matters? Oh, you can measure by looking at head size. Oh, I see. It's a good point. Because everybody knows that the bigger a person's head is, the bigger their brain. And the bigger the brain, the smarter they are. It's cuts. Since my head is small, my brain must be small, and therefore my intelligence low. It's obvious. Anybody can see that's the case. Anybody who doesn't understand surface area can tell that must be the case. I kind of want my amphetamines to wear the fuck off already. I keep thinking, hey, Adderall's out of system when I feel zippity zip zip still. Yeah. Well, let me introduce you to a new friend as I really don't want to. Once you go to the store and get a bottle of these called Tylenol PM. It works. It'll knock you out. It's like I took the first time I took it was like 2 weeks ago or something. And I took it and I started live streaming, and like halfway through the live stream, I'm just like, oh Lord, I gotta wait. Yeah. You can also tell I'm not very smart because of these wrinkles here. These wrinkles. Oh, Sarp Kirkuval, you are so wrong. Ritalin is not better than Adderall. Ritalin is baby Adderall. Good luck, Cloud. Oh, you're taking LSD for the first time in a few weeks? Taking LSD is not going to integrate you in any way, shape, or form. Drugs don't provide you with any sort of insight or growth or whatever. I mean, they might if you are a proponent of abstinence and you never do any drugs. I mean, then it probably would be a good idea for you to do a little drugs. But in most instances, in almost all instances, no, it will not broaden your consciousness. That's such bullshit. That's just bullshit magic stuff. It's nonsense. LSD, mushrooms, other psychedelics do not broaden your consciousness, open doorways, or any other bullshit like that. They're just drugs. What do you think LSD is, Cloud? A cigarette? It's like the hardest drug there is, practically. I mean, look, I took some very strong acid back in college. I took half a hit of acid. They told me, it was like, this is super strong acid, so you should only take half a hit. So I took half a hit. And I fucking fried my brains out for like 16 hours or something, 24 hours. I don't know. It was a long ass trip. And bad. It was awful. I would not recommend LSD to anybody. It's too risky because if you take too large of a dose, you're fucking bonkers for such a long time. And it's scary as fuck, you know? So, I have done acid the last couple of years. I did once. Nick got it. No, maybe I got it. I don't remember who got it, but I think Nick was the one who wanted to get it, and so I did manage to get it, and that's how I only took half a hit too, because I didn't want to trip too hard, and it was weak as hell, and I barely tripped. So, uh, even if it's the case that Steve Jobs started Apple when he was on LSD, that doesn't mean he only started it because he was on LSD. Steve Jobs is an ENFJ with integrated TI. He's probably almost certainly an ISTP. I don't know for sure, but he's definitely not an ENFJ. No, nobody who knows anything about Steve Jobs could possibly think he's an ENFJ. He's a famous dickhead. Sarp Kirkable. I want to stress that while that's maybe a not entirely unreasonable conclusion to draw based on those recent comments, I don't want to attribute argumentational wrongness to a lack of intelligence. ESFPs are not dumb. They're just not logical thinkers. They've got their own kind of intelligence, and we got to respect that. It's like, this is the thing about cognitive functions typology that make it better than any other explanation of human behavior, is it's non-normative. In fact, it's counter-normative. It says, the reason you are the way you are is not because it's better, but because it's your stack. Well, I agree, FE is not necessarily being nice. It can manifest as image and perception management, and those can be executed through harshness. But no FE Dom takes that approach with FE. Like, no FE Dom goes, I'm going to use the dick end of FE all the time because it's so effective for me. Nobody does that with an FE Dom. It's just their FE is too nuanced. They care too much about people's actual perceptions of them in real time, not just their across-time perceptions. Somebody who's managing cross-time perceptions only has got third slot, fourth slot, seventh slot, eighth slot, something like that. One of those four. No, Cloud, FE is not a feeling. Okay? It's an attentional manner. It's a way of paying attention that attends to certain kinds of, that takes up the data flow, certain pieces, that selects out of the data flow, certain pieces that are consistent with a certain kind of attentional channel. So, for example, when I was at the volcano with Rachel and my dad, and we were walking through the Volcano House, which is a hotel I stayed at a long time ago. When I was a little kid, I had a nightmare in that hotel. I still remember it. I must have been 10 years old, 9 years old, something like that. And we stayed in the Volcano House, and there was this fireplace that had a painting of a lady over it. And so the thing is, we were walking through the place. We went into the main building. I was like, oh, but where's the painting? There's no painting over the fireplace. Well, and then my dad revealed later on that we hadn't stayed in the main building. They stayed in this outbuilding, also had a fireplace. I was like, oh, then I want to go there. I want to see the painting. Well, it turned out this outbuilding was closed. It was no longer operational. They fenced around it, and they were doing construction on it. So I couldn't go in and see if that was in fact if I recognized the painting or anything like that. So, but I did go up to the fence and look over it. And as I walked back to Rachel and my dad, because I had to go through some bushes to look over the fence, I said, you put a fence around anything, I'm going to want to go look over it. And I noted that there were two forest rangers in front of us waiting at the stoplight to cross the street, and they laughed when I said that. They heard me say that to Rachel and my dad, and they laughed. I noted that because that's FE that is third slot selfish thing. I'm going to notice that kind of FE. I'm not going to notice FE between other people necessarily if it doesn't involve me, because I have a selfish third slot kind of FE. I look see if other people laughed at my joke. I don't care if other people are mad at some third party. It's not me. It's not my concern. So Cloud, I require no patience from you. You do, I guess, take a little patience from me. Not really. I can just ignore you. But I find you interesting enough. I don't mind you throwing me all these softballs. I don't mind that in practice. It's fine. Steve Jobs being typed ISTP is like Frank James being INFJ. Complete bullshit. Again, Cloud, just making a statement like that without any justification is not an argument. It's just a claim. Just a random contrary claim that has only your passionate force of conviction behind it, no argumentation. So it's not worth paying any attention to. I don't think I require any patience. After all, you're driving the action here. I'm responding to what you're saying. That requires no patience. That requires, hey, great, thank you for responding to what I'm saying, Eric. You're doing a great job of being on point and not ignoring what I'm saying. You're right, I am doing a great job of that, Cloud. The painting, who was she? I think she was a Hawaiian lady. You know, maybe a queen, whatever, or something. I don't know. I don't really remember that clearly. I just have this sort of seared memory that when I was young and I went to Volcano House, I had this horrible nightmare when we were there about the fireplace and the painting over it. I don't remember what was in the nightmare except for the fireplace and the painting. I don't remember anything else about it. It just, you know. Well, Cloud, you think that for the millionth time, I am not convinced that you are anything. I'm telling you what I think the strongest case could be made based on the evidence that I have at my disposal now, conditionally, like I always do. You think I'm the biased one? I am biased. Everybody's biased. The question is whether or not they let their biases influence their calculations. And I do not let my biases influence my calculations 99.9% of the time. Certainly, I'm not letting them influence my calculations here. If I do let them influence my calculations about something that's very personally important to me, like, for example, my bias allowed me to argue that Kimberly shouldn't try to rewrite my personal history, not for any reason, just because I didn't like it and I wasn't going to put up with it. That's FI. I don't need to justify, right? I just make the claim and insist that it be so because of my feelings. And that's okay. That's good enough for that kind of thing, because that kind of thing is something that feelings are an appropriate calculation method for. It is the case that at the moment, I think the strongest case to be made regarding you is for TI poll. Probably ESFP, because I don't see a lot of extroverted intuition in the mix exactly. Not very ideationally robust, but I don't know. I've never talked to you. I said what when you started disagreeing with me? I never said you were smart when we were on the same page. I never commented on your intelligence at all. I'm not commenting on your intelligence. I'm telling you which of your arguments are wrong, which are not even arguments. And those rare occasions when you make one that makes sense, I'll let you know that as well. What more do you want from me? I don't think I said you were, oh yeah, I might have said you're too sharp. I think I said, I might have said quick. I think I said quick. Well, I did. Look, this is the point, Clyde. You don't seem to understand. I am withholding judgment. I'm making various statements about what I think might be. Sometimes I go overboard. I mean, as a B Cloud, shut up. But the fact is, I've repeatedly stressed that my official position on it is I don't have an official position on you, but that in my current status quo, based on the experiences I've had with you, I would guess ESFP, but I don't know. And I never will until I actually type you. Even then, if I wanted to be 100% sure, I'd have to spend probably more time than I'm willing to typing you. You know, it'd probably take me a few hours to be 100% sure, but it depends. Sometimes I can tell right away. If you test TI polar, no problem. I'd be able to tell you right away. So we'd have to see. But I don't know. You keep trying to attribute things to me that are not true. I did say, I'm not sure you're an ESFP. You seem pretty sharp. I still feel that way. But I also think, like, but we probably are an ESFP because the more I've dealt with you, the more I see the TI polar. That's not a problem with what I'm doing. That's why I'm doing correctly instead of incorrectly. If you do it correctly, you do it like I'm doing it. If you do it incorrectly, you do it some other way. Sarp, are you teasing a little bit? I think you might be teasing. Yeah, it's gonna take at least $1,000. I want to do a really good job. You pay me $1,000, I'll do a really, really good job. I do understand the need to establish our identity first. We're serious people first, and that's perhaps why we enjoy Host Eric so much. He is who he is, and he's pretty darn cool role model. That's so funny, dude. I don't really think of myself as a role model at all. I really don't. I think of myself as possibly a fun friend, like sometimes a fun friend and sometimes a kind of combative friend. I want to be a fun friend to everybody in here. Like, I'd like the live chats to be like, oh, my fun friend Eric's on the internet. I'm gonna go chat with him for a while. That sounds good. I like that identity. I don't like the idea of being a role model very much. I do believe that I say words that indicate normative positions a lot, like one ought to, one ought not do, or whatever. But I mean, I wouldn't recommend anybody try to live like me. It seems kind of not a very good way to live, frankly. I'm kind of all over the place and, not really sure what I'm going to be doing next or whatever. It's, I don't know who I'd recommend being like me to exactly. I hope I don't model evilness ever. I hope to the extent that I'm displaying things that others might emulate, I would hope I'm displaying things of good character at least. That I'm not lying, that I'm not trying to exploit people, that I'm not advocating injustice, that I'm fighting on the side of justice and truth. Well, it's true that Achilles was a warrior and a leader. It's also true that he was killed by being shot in the Achilles heel. So you got to think about that too, Cloud. Do you really want to be the guy who didn't dip his Achilles heel into the magical protecting water and gets killed that way? Seems like quite an oversight. It's like, I don't need to cover that one spot. Why don't you just cover all the spots there, buddy? You generally show caring to the people I've seen you talk to on your channel. I'd like to think I do. I do care about people. I want to be kind to those who are weak. No, I want to be kind to those who are vulnerable. It's a refusal to be vulnerable that is the ultimate weakness. It's a refusal to be vulnerable. So when people are vulnerable, I try always to be kind. I think I almost always am. When people come at me honestly and vulnerably, I respond to them with honesty and caring. But I would rather die young as a legend than grow old and be a bitter, angry troll. Oh, I mean, Okay, but are those the only two choices? Could you just, instead of dying young, couldn't you grow to be an old, happy, and spirited fellow like me? You have to be bitter? I'm not bitter. I'm not angry. I don't think Cloud's an angry troll yet. I think he's a provocateur of sorts, and he might be a little angry at the moment, or maybe not. I don't know. But, you know, he's not a true troll. A true troll comes in without any desire to have any meaningful engagement. I believe Cloud wants to have meaningful engagement. I just don't think he understands what that would look like exactly. Yeah, I didn't accuse you of being a troll, Cloud. Look, you can come in here and disagree with me all you want, and you can make as many fucking bold ass unsubstantiated claims as you want, and you will always be welcome here. I'm never going to kick you out for disagreeing with me. I'm never going to time you out for disagreeing with me. I'm never going to ban you for arguing, insisting I'm an against or anything like that. You can come make your arguments all you want. But as long as they're just claims, they're not substantiated with anything that withstands any muster, then I'm going to treat them as such, as just claims. And there's nothing else I can do. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to tell you that a completely losing argument is somehow a winning argument. I'm just not going to do that to you. Thank you, Gary Smith. I do believe I'm honest, and I do believe that's an admirable trait. My honesty has gotten me in trouble a lot in life. Did I say you lost something? What did I say you lost, Cloud? Yeah, it's got me in trouble a lot. For example, I got kicked off the middle school league debate server. Yeah, so like, Kudos, my former employer, and Nova 42, the other biggest school in the league, big private schools, private debate schools, somehow pushed through this rule change where everybody had to have insurance now, knowing that, most of the small teams can't afford to get insurance. And it's like, this only serves a couple of teams' interests. And so I wrote a fucking scathing fucking email that just called out Kudos on all their bullshit and just fucking, this is garbage. This is serving the interests of these two schools and these two schools. Only in this school is particularly shady, Kudos. And here's some shady shit they did the last tournament. And I know very well that he's lying when he says this and blah, blah, blah. It said all this shit. Because Kudos controlled the league server, they booted me off the league server. The president of the league wrote me an email. I never even read it. It's like, fuck these people. I don't even want to read it. And because I knew I was out of that league for that year anyway, I was busy doing other things. We went back to the league this year. In fact, we won the first league debate tournament. I did. My kid did. My one kid. Kudos was there with all their kids. Nova was there with all their kids. My one kid won. There was no mention of any insurance policy by anybody to anybody. They had killed the whole idea. And the reason they had killed it, obviously, was because of my fucking email. But what consequence did it get for me? I got kicked off the league server. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, only if you don't evaluate points very well, Cloud. He doesn't have. What is his point, Cloud? So we get down to the gist of it. The reason you want to say I'm not an HB is because you've been listening to Queen's Gambit and you've been convinced by his arguments. So fine. Just let's hear what those arguments are that were convincing you. And we'll see if there's a good reason to be convinced on, you know? You went back to review the chat last week and half the messages were deleted. I don't know if that was on purpose. You mean the chat from a previous live stream? If it were, there was a couple of live streams where this guy with a long name, a long, like Middle Eastern sounding name, I didn't need to watch more in a few seconds. No, I don't want to, Cloud. You're the one who's saying that's what convinced you. So you tell me the argument. You don't. It's to explain what it was about your research that convinced you. That's just common sense. It's not even TI. It's just basic common sense. It's obviously your burden to justify why you think I'm yeah. If you can't explain what it was he said that convinced you, then you have no reason to be convinced. I don't want to watch it. I don't care what that guy says. I don't like to give my time to spite monkeys. He's a spite monkey. He's just filled with spite. There's no justification that withstands any muster. I've already heard a bunch of his arguments. I've read his emails, and there was the live stream where I pissed him off, and his arguments were weak as fuck. They were very much equivalent to your arguments, Cloud, which are not any good, as we've established. Anyway, that guy with the long Middle Eastern name, he kept spamming it, and we had to delete a bunch of messages, so that might have been that. Sometimes comments do get deleted by users afterwards. I never go and delete people's chats. I figure if it didn't get caught during the live stream, then whatever, you know. I do try to delete people's comments that is off YouTube as it's happening because I've already experienced the unfair justice of YouTube. I have a strike for hate speech. I have never engaged in any hate speech, at least certainly not on YouTube. Maybe I did when I was a kid or something, I don't know, but certainly not on YouTube, and certainly not in my adult life. I've never engaged in any hate speech. I'm not a hateful person. I don't like groupism at all. I hate groupism. I like individualism, where every individual gets credit for being a distinct individual and not forced to be part of some stupid group that I arbitrarily assign them to. You know, I hate that shit. I'm absolutely not ever engaging in any hate speech. So the fact that YouTube declared me guilty of this is bullshit. You know, it's like they can't justify it because it's not hate speech. Therefore, they're wrong. You might say, well, but it included these words. Hate speech is not the same thing as treating hate speech as an object of analysis or an object of ridicule. Those are different fucking things than actual hate speech. And if YouTube wants to claim that they're not different things, then they're rendering the term hate speech meaningless. If it's not motivated by hate, it's not hate speech. That's why the whole hate speech distinction is insane anyway. It's like, no, hate speech is not distinct from other political speech. If I say those Democrats are so fucking stupid, that's hate speech in the same way as if I put any other group name in there. The following sentence is false. The preceding sentence is true. Well, obviously that creates a contradiction. That's called contradictory premises. If you accept that both of two contradictory premises are true, then you can prove anything you want as true. And the reason is because, let's say I say, this is a lighter, and it is not the case that this is a lighter. That's two contradictory premises, okay? Well, then I can say, either this is a lighter or this is a tree. And it is not the case that this is a lighter, therefore it must be a tree. I can do that with any claim in the world. So if I have two contradictory premises, every conclusion I draw from those is both valid and unsound. You could make the argument that because contradictory premises represent a fallacy, that renders the argument invalid. But mechanically, all of the conclusions would be mechanically valid. I switched tact with my honesty. I found posting questions with one obvious answer works better than just running down facts, hoping people follow the logic. Yeah, well, posing questions is always a good thing to do to get traction in an argument, because anytime you ask a question, it either gets answered or it doesn't. And either way, you're better off because of that. If it gets answered, then you can do what you want to do with their answer. If it doesn't get answered, then you have that fact at your disposal to attack the basic frame that they're not engaging, you know. So Sharp Kirkeball, what you've done there is create contradictory premises using ordinality. In other words, the former has status X, or has status Y, but the former makes statements about the status of Y, and the latter makes statements about the status of X. So that's how you create your premises there. And the outcome of that is, if we accept those two sentences as part of the same argument, that we can prove anything in the universe valid but unsound. Any statement at all. Any statement, you know. You can't prove, obviously, commands or questions valid or sound or anything of the sort, because they're not the kind of thing that gets proved valid or sound. They're the kind of things that get either answered or followed. Isaiah Root, I only see the YouTube comments. So if someone on another platform, I don't see nasty comments or profanity. But yeah, asking questions is a great way to approach any kind of argumentational matter. It's the best thing you can do, really. The thing is, this particular format, live streaming, is not a good format for asking questions, really, because like I've tried asking Cloud a couple questions. He did answer them, but there's a little delay. I can do good off on a tact and stuff like that. You know, it's hard to be quite as yeah. The thing is, Gary Smith, here's the thing that the point I'm making, though. I'm not critiquing the idea that they shouldn't allow hate speech. I mean, it's their platform. If they don't want to allow hate speech, fine. I'm attacking the fact that they've identified me, the exact kind of voice they purportedly want, somebody who's entirely inclusive and anti-groupism, as a purveyor of hate speech. And the thing that they call hate speech, me making fun of groupism, making fun of hatred, making fun of stupid fucking Adolf Hitler and his stupid shit, you know. It was bad. It was a bad video. Not very good comedy. It wasn't very funny. It was not a very good video, but it was clearly not hate speech. I was talking about World War II in his voice, not in my own, and I was taunting him. I have not been to Facebook jail yet, no. I've only been to YouTube jail. But my whole point here is, forget about even critiquing the frame. Within their frame, they're doing a shit poor job of it if they've identified me as a problem. You know, even totally within their frame. So that's the problem I have with the way YouTube has treated me so far. And like, okay, maybe the first video that I got a warning on, the CS Joseph video, it's legitimate because it probably meets some criteria of their terms of service that define harassment or bullying as X or Y, and I probably meet a couple of those criteria or something. And that technically they're right in some way. On the hate speech thing, it's not even possible for them to be technically right because they called the thing I've done hate speech, which has a clear enough definition. In other words, it is not the same thing as holding up an example of hate speech as an object of analysis. And it's not the same thing as ridiculing hate speech. Those are different phenomena, and there's no disputing that. And so it's like, my complaint is very straightforward. You falsely convicted me of something that I did not do and would never do. You punished me for being evil because I was opposing evil. That's not okay. And regarding the bullying thing with C.S. Joseph, it's like C.S. Joseph could not be any more richly deserving of my abundant and even contemptuous critique. He doesn't deserve a more respectful approach because he doesn't have any respect for anybody else. He really doesn't. If he had any respect for anybody, he'd own his words. He'd face the music. He'd take his lumps and he'd learn his lessons. He'd rebuild from the beginning and start over like I did when I was proved wrong. I had two models before this one, and both of them collapsed. Why? Because people like Cloud and Gary Smith and Horace Mumler and Sarb Kirkwall and Winston Spahn came in and said, but what about this problem here? And if it was systemic, I had no choice. Oh, fuck. I've got 30 pages of this shit done already. Oh, fuck. Just trash it. Whatever. It's a waste of time now. It's wrong. Okay, well, Cloud, what you're saying here is, Eric, you're coming across as arrogant. This has FE consequences for you. It causes me to think your ego is too big, because a lot of people think that. That's only a problem if you're not here for truth. If you're only here for coddling, then that's a problem. If you're not here for coddling, if you're here for truth, then that's not a problem. How many base fallacies are there? There's really only like 3 or 4. There's a fallacy of attribution, which is like genetic fallacy, ad hominem, like basically linking the validity of the argument to the person making the argument versus the argument was being actually said. That's one. Another one is one of, I guess, relevancy, like just unrelated shit where you go. I guess even the attribution is just another relevancy fallacy, really. It's like, it's not relevant whether I'm got too big of an ego as to whether I'm right or not. So that makes it a relevancy fallacy. There are mechanical fallacies like circular reasoning or begging the question or affirming the consequent or denying the antecedent. Those are fallacies of mechanics that are specifically like, no, you've justified affirming the consequent. It's like going, all pigs have cheese. I have cheese, therefore I'm a pig. That's affirming the consequent. It's a fallacy of mechanics. In other words, the logic's wrong. That's all. Contradictory premises is another fallacy of mechanics. So there's fallacies of relevancy, there's fallacies of mechanics. Well, I mean, there's mistaking ordinality for conditionality too. There's you might call those mechanics, but like ex post facto or post hoc error propter hoc are fallacies that mistake ordinality and conditionality. But, it's like, well, I started live streaming and we haven't had an earthquake the whole time I've been live streaming. Therefore, because I'm live streaming, we're not having earthquakes. That's mistaking ordinal for causal or conditional. It's like us not having earthquakes is not conditional on me live streaming, even though they occur concurrently, So I guess you could call that a fallacy of mechanics. I mean, most fallacies are fallacies of relevance. It's like, people go, every Frenchman knows that potatoes are good, therefore potatoes are good. Well, every Frenchman might be wrong, Better keep live streaming. We have earthquakes to prevent. Exactly. A naturalistic fallacy is a fallacy of relevance, where they go, but this one's got to be better. It's more natural. Well, things just because something's natural doesn't mean it's good. My poo is natural. Would you like me to mix it into your mashed potatoes? Yeah, therefore every Frenchman is a German, and every German loves cheese. Thanks, Sarp, who makes me visualize a tarp. Tarp's like intense. And have you gone camping lately? Good question, Winston's mom. I have not gone camping in quite a while. I did see some wonderful spots that I would love to go hike camp at some point on our way to Hilo today. They've got these bridges that go over these canyons, right? And it's like you look back up these canyons, it's like all these tropical plants, and stream and waterfalls back up there. It's all like crazy, tropical, beautiful, and just there's nothing back there except just wilderness. I totally want to walk up one of those riverbeds and camp in Hawaii. It's like this is a pretty safe place to camp too. It's like there aren't any big, horrible, poisonous spiders, like Australia where you get spiders as big as your head jump out of the trees on your face or whatever. It's like fuck that noise. I don't want to go someplace where I'm going to get mauled by a bear or bitten by a snake or attacked by bugs. Hawaii is fairly tame. It's not a lot of dangerous shit. Basically, no dangerous bugs, which is what it really is scary, and no dangerous snakes. A wild boar might gore me. Okay, fine. I can live with that. I can probably keep a wild boar away. And just burn down the spiders in Australian forests. Good idea, sir. Good idea. I like the way you think. There's a ferret, mouse, deer, sheep, hippo, and a giraffe all under an umbrella. Which one of them gets wet? The hippo. The hippo gets wet because the hippo's too wide for the umbrella. I use asking questions in work situations or other physically present groups with diverse audience. It definitely seems to rally my point of view more efficiently. Yeah. I mean, it's a very TE approach. See, I'm not necessarily interested in convincing anybody. I'm interested in convincing them that they're never going to win the argument against me. I've long since given up the notion that being correct and winning the argument convinces anybody of anything. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of goal-oriented purposes anyway, so that's fine. How about the wild boar, that creature that comes up and talks about uninteresting stuff? Ooh, that would be a dangerous creature to me indeed while camping. I wonder if I'd be able to turn his uninteresting drivel into some sort of magical, extroverted intuition brilliance. Probably not. None because it's not raining is a great answer, Sarp. I love that answer. My answer is just as good. Because if you think about it, the giraffe's the tallest, right? So they're going to define where the umbrella is, way up there. Now, presumably the umbrella is wide enough to at least cover the giraffe. But there'd be no reason to presume that it'd be any wider, since it would have to be owned by the giraffe, since the giraffe's the tallest one, and they're the one who's going to have to hold the umbrella, right? So given that a hippo is wider than a giraffe, and it's the only animal wider than a giraffe, then hippo is also a correct answer, assuming it is raining, since it's unstated whether it's raining or not. We cannot conclude that it is not raining or that it is raining, and either conclusion is equally valid. Pew, 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 pew. Pew. You see about the social engineering bent that is glaring. I mean, the thing is, well, like I said, my argument was we have to conclude the giraffe bought the umbrella and the giraffe owns the umbrella because the giraffe is the one who has to hold it because nobody else can hold it high enough for the giraffe to be covered by the umbrella. So therefore, it must be the giraffe's umbrella, and obviously, the giraffe's going to get an umbrella that covers the whole giraffe's width, but not need an umbrella any wider than that. I think the hippo's name is Hungry Hungry. Most hippos are. Just the hippo, the lack of rain doesn't keep it from wanting to be in the river anyway. Good point, horse mumbler. Look, that's a very good point, because even if it's not raining, the hippo's going to go find some water. Excellent point. I hadn't thought about that. It's a better explanation than mine. It does a better job of defeating Sarp's very excellent point that it might not be raining. My point is that umbrellas usually cause rain. It's just something about the universe that says, I see an open umbrella, I better put some rain on it. How many sheep would you like under your tent? Just one. I'm not that horny. It's King Christmas time. Oh my God, you guys. Look who's here. King Krishna Sarmapagoo. King Krishna Sarmapagoo. She's got poo on her shoe. And Krishna Sarmapagoo. Right, giraffes only live in the savannah, therefore no rivers. Unless it's the rainy season, in which case the savannah becomes a flood path and floodplain, and all the giraffes drowned. If all the animals drowned, is there still an umbrella? If somebody opens an umbrella and everybody dies, does it still make a sound? You don't like animals anymore after your doggo died? Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's kill all the animals. Fair enough. King Krishna Sarmapagoo is done with them. My dog died. It's a dark fucking day in my history, I tell you. I still drive past that spot where my dog got hit by a car occasionally. You got it, sir. I'll give you 10 seconds. Some of them might try to run. So, if you love puppies and kittens, sorry, today is not your happy day. Because according to King Krishna Sarmapagoo, it's time for all of us to put all of the animals out of their collective misery. And believe me, they are miserable, all of them. Why are they so miserable? They lack language. They lack abstract thought. They can't extrovertedly intuit like this. That's why they're so miserable. Other ferrets can give you love too. There's not just one ferret. I have not been able to or willing to even consider getting another dog since my dog died, though. Because I already know there is no other dog that could ever match the quality of my wonderful Lacey, who was really just an astonishingly, really just mind-blowingly good dog. And, I didn't prevent her death. I should have. I could have. I tried to even. I said, this is a freaking nightmare. It's something I gotta live with for the rest of my life. It's my fault the dog died. Ultimately, it's my fault. It's Compton's fault kind of. I had a second dog for a little while Lacey was still alive. We got Compton. I couldn't get Compton to go back in the yard. And it was a hot day, and I wanted to make sure Compton could get back in to drink water, even though it was only going to be gone for a couple hours. So I left the gate cracked open. Normally not a risk, really. I started not really doing that so much because Lacey was getting older, but she had a long history of being able to run around the neighborhood free, basically. On this occasion, I didn't want to. I wanted to lock her in, but because I was worried about Compton, I couldn't fucking catch her. I had that gate cracked, and Lacey got hit by a car. And I got to live with that for the rest of my life, But I take solace in the fact that that dog had a great life for a good 12 years with me. Very free life, and very loved. She slept with me every night, curled up right in my crotch. She was a great dog. And I loved the shit out of that dog. It's like I gave that dog my soul, made sure that she was included in everything I could include her in, possibly. She went with me everywhere. The reason she died that day is I couldn't take her with me to work. What do you give a sick bird? Axe to the neck? Yeah. A wheat mix. That's pretty funny. As like incredibly dorky kids jokes go, that's pretty funny. My favorite incredibly dorky kids joke is knock knock. Who's there, you ask? Dwayne. Dwayne who? Dwayne the bathtub. I'm drowning. It's one of my favorite child jokes. It's hilarious because, Dwayne sounds like drain, kind of. That's the joke, you see. That's where the funny is. Yeah, she knew a lot of love. Lacey definitely knew a lot of love. Both Delilah and I still are torn about that. That's kind of polar FI too. It's like somehow you never entirely get over something like that, but you forget about it all the time. And then suddenly you remember and you're crying again. It's weird. Eric, I have a personal question for you. I can be happy to answer. No problem asking that at all. I'm pray for forgiveness and also offer gratitude. Now, if you're asking me if I'm a religious, an atheist, or an agnostic, well, the answer is whichever one you want me to affirm or negate. I can affirm atheism. I can negate atheism. I can affirm agnosticism. I can negate it. I can affirm faith-based. I can negate it. Any of those. That's fine. Those are just affirmations, right? It's like agnosticism isn't even an argument. It's saying, I choose not to argue about this. Like, I guess I'm withholding judgment because there's no way to know. Okay, well, you're just saying basically, I have no arguments to make about this point. That's fine. Don't make any then. Don't claim that being an agnostic is an argument. Atheists have a tough road to climb. I mean, they're trying to prove the non-existence of something named, which is odd, right? Because it's sort of a contradictory premises right there. In some sense, it exists. It's just got a name. It's a noun. A noun means name in Latin, and a noun is a person, place, or thing. So it exists in some sense. It's just in the imaginary sense or whatever. But when people argue about God, atheists never actually define existence in any meaningful sense is the problem, and don't seem to get the fact that one doesn't have to affirm the existence of God to pray to God. That faith is in fact a behavior, not an affirmation or negation. This is the big problem that atheists and agnostics constantly make. They mistake faith, which is a behavior that's beneficial for some people who experience it as beneficial or useful. It's very useful for me in a lot of ways, but that behavior is not making any claim. In other words, I can pray to God without affirming the claim that God exists. There's no reason to affirm that claim. It's meaningless. What do you mean? Does the thing I pray to exist? Well, I mean, I'm praying to it. Yeah, but what if it doesn't exist? It doesn't matter. What are you talking about? Existence isn't an attribute. It's not like, well, what if it's bald? Bald's an attribute. What if this guy is bald? Well, then he won't have any hair. We'll know that. What if this guy doesn't exist? What does that mean? Well, I mean, what if you never see him? Well, that doesn't prove he doesn't exist. What if you have no evidence of his existence? That still doesn't prove he doesn't exist. But there's no reason to believe he exists. Okay. I don't think I'm believing anything, really. I'm just praying. Doesn't that require belief? No. It doesn't require any affirmations or negations. People don't understand faith. I do. Yeah, it's a behavior. It's not an affirmation or negation. So atheists, agnostics, and religious people are generally all wrong. But good news, I've got the correct answer. I can't lie, I'm no Buddhist, but I do find the most meaning in it out of all the systems of spirituality. Well, I mean, I do negate Buddhism in no uncertain terms because it's an attempt to absolve oneself of moral responsibility. In other words, I'm just going to adhere to the negative moral prescriptions and ignore the positive moral indications. That's Buddhism in a nutshell. Because we can't definitively determine positive moral indications, they're all bad. Karma is all bad, or action is bad. And we have to refrain from messing with shit too much, basically. Well, that's just wrong. I mean, there absolutely are positive moral indications that every person has to wrestle with for themselves, and because they'll always be individualist. The positive moral indications cannot be proved by a TI. They cannot be sustained by a TI or TE or anything. They're positive moral indications. They're individuated. And how one determines one's own positive moral indications is also individuated. I choose to determine mine by a faith because, after all, positive moral indications are subjective, or at least individuated. So how else are you going to determine them if you don't delegate it to some magical thinking element, which is important to be able to delegate certain things to magical thinking because certain things don't explain by irrationality very well. The word ineffable exists for a reason. Certain things are beyond explanation in words. The Buddhist removal of self as a moral agent from the positive indication half of the world is in fact a form of wickedness, but a mild form of wickedness because it's still adhering to the fundamental obligation that is universal to respect negative constraints. So it's not evil, but it's abdicating. That's what it is. It's abdicating. You are a king. You can choose to abdicate and wipe your hands of the mess. Or you can man up. You're a king. Are you going to abdicate? Is that the right course? Well, it guarantees you won't fuck up as a king too badly because you won't be king anymore. That's just called cowardice to me. But, that's my position on it. I certainly don't think Buddhism is responsible for much actual evil, whereas I think Christianity has been cited to justify evil plenty of times. I think Islam has been cited to justify evil plenty of times. I think Buddhism is cited to justify evil a lot less than any other spiritual means, but that's because it advocates the positive. The problem with both Christianity and other religions like that is they think they can universalize the positive, which also is impossible. So you're fucked if you do, you're fucked if you don't, unless you have the right attitude about it, which is, okay, this aspect of morality has to be individuated because it can't be sustained TI-wise, and this aspect doesn't have to be individuated and it is universal because it can be sustained TI-wise. You know, it's like, that's how you fucking parse that shit out. You put a handle on it and be absolutely correct about every fucking point. That's the way you do it. Nah, I'm feeling my oats today. KKSP is Jigsaw. I don't understand that. What makes something Jigsaw? Is it that it's broken into many oddly shaped pieces? Is it that the pieces fit together? Is it that they use a jigsaw to cut through wood? I'm curious about this use of the term jigsaw here. Is it some sort of new youth culture colloquialism that I've not heard before? Oh, it's from the movie Saw. Taylor King Krishna Sarvaku's ESTP hero. I like that. You know, the thing is, ESTPs, like my daughter, they're like ENTPs. Some of them have character and some of them don't. When my daughter was in Mexico on this vacation to Cabo San Lucas, where she and her friend April went with April's mom and April's mom's two friends, these three adults who were purportedly going to make it relatively safe for my daughter to go to Mexico, you know. One of the three adults overdosed on drugs and had to be taken to the hospital to be revived. Like they're slapped, like, so I described the scene where the not April's mom, but April's mom's friend who was with this guy was sitting in the backseat of the cab, like slapping him as hard, wake up, and fucking, they're screaming at the taxi driver, take us to the hospital, because after this guy who is April's mom's family friend, he's filthy fucking rich apparently. He chartered a yacht with a bartender and chef and all that shit, and like stewardesses or whatever you call them on boats, for a private yacht for them to all go out. They all came back fucking shit-faced drunk and got off the fucking boat, and some guy walks up to this guy and offers him coke, and he buys it and does a bunch of coke and then fucking almost dies in the cab. And then, like, apparently Doyla bought this bracelet. She thought it was 120 pesos, which is like $20. It turned out to be $120. And when she found out about this, she was very upset. She didn't really have the extra $100 to waste, right? The adults told her to call the credit card company and tell them that her credit card had been stolen, and they reversed those charges. And they talked her into it. She did it. And then shortly thereafter, she called them back and told them, I'm sorry, I did buy that. I forgot I was drunk, because she felt so guilty. That is an ESTP with character, as I am an ENTP with character. I'm very proud of her for doing that. Trump is an ESTP without character, and I could easily enough name an ENTP, I think, equivalent. And the key distinction between those two types, the ESTP or ENTP with character cares about the truth, and the ESTP or ENTP without character thinks the truth is secondary to their desired outcome. ENTPs are especially susceptible to this because we do it a lot better. We lie a lot better than ESTPs do. You know, an ENTP who's really good at it you would never even know they're lying. That's why you got to police yourself, or else you fall down a fucking hole of evil. It's like, just because you're talking to some person on the phone, let's say it's like an insurance person or whatever, And there's a false story that's even more believable than the truth, let's say. It really serves your interest. ENTPs have to have in place a some sort of magical thinking check, basically, that even though I can't determine the mechanism by which this is going to come back and bite me in the ass, it will if I tell the lie. They got to believe that, and it's got to require some sort of magical thinking, because otherwise, ENTPs will slip into an amoral morass of buttfuckery in no uncertain terms. I study Buddhism quite fervently, as well as most of the other religions. I find there's a consistency with most. I'm 41 and a growing sense of morality and indefinable guiding presence. I'm assuming you meant to say, or your phone autocorrect or something, from presence with a C rather than guiding presence. Here you go. What is it? It's a map. Why did you wrap it in this wrapping paper and bow? It's a guiding presence. I say buttfuckery does not necessarily include getting butt fucked. It just implies a general buttfuckerish attitude, you know. I'm the beginning of the end, as well as the end of time and space. I am essential to creation, and I surround every place. What am I? Conception? I used to be nihilistic and magicless. Magic has a way of resolving nihilism, doesn't it? A little magical thinking can go a long way with an ENTP. Because the thing is, you've got to sort of accept that there's a duty that you can't defend argumentationally that is inherent to being human and links to morality. And there's no way to definitively answer positive moral education questions. You just can't. No matter how much you try to work around it with some sort of TE, humanist, fucking bullshit, whatever workaround, it just doesn't hold any water. There's no absolute positive morality except via faith, is my experience. You just can't justify it. You can't justify any of it. But there's obviously indications. There's obviously life requires of you to be more than just respecting them and others' negative rights. You know, you see somebody suffering, step in and do something about it, right? It's not a universal obligation. It can't be, because that would presume to know too much about your state of mind. Whereas you don't need to presume to know anything about a person's state of mind to determine their negative moral requirements. That which is morally prohibited is easy to determine. That which is morally required, impossible to determine. And that which is morally permissible, a fucking bag full of poisonous snakes, unless you got something to do with it, you got to put it somewhere where it's not your responsibility anymore. But you got to put it somewhere that you can trust. You can't put it in anybody else's hands. They can't trust them. Whatever God is, you can trust it. Usually, unless you're kind of crazy or something, you know. After all, it is the embodiment of all the moral correctness that you yourself do not possess, which is why you seek God in the first place. I'm in a unique position, being a near-death survivor at 39. I could argue the definition of clinically dead, but after this, my intuition is even more off the charts. Tricky. I like my answer to conception. Although it stretches a little bit, because you have to say that conception is the end of a time space prior to being conceived, which is kind of contradictory because you have to be conceived before you exist. So, a little iffy. My answer's not nearly as good as yours. There's a special patch of lily pads in a pond. The size of the patch doubles every day. On the 48th day, the patch has covered the whole pond. How many days did it take for the patch to cover half the pond? 47. 47 days. I think chaos is a gift bestowed upon us by simulators who can only communicate to us through events that happen. They seem cold and random times. They're not very random. I mean, I see there as being lots of directionality implicit in the universe, which runs afoul of human will a lot of times. And when human will doesn't conform to the directionality implicit in the universe, usually the human suffers. Sometimes, or a lot of times, other people suffer too. You're going against the slabs, you're running up against problems. The slabs will always win. You can't beat the slabs. You can't outsmart the slabs. The best you can do is play slab jockey. Hope to sort of ride them better rather than worse. Slabs always win. It takes 5 toy makers 5 minutes to make 5 toys. How long would it take 100 toy makers to make 100 toys? 5 minutes. I've heard that question before. So that's not fair of me to really know the answer that way. I didn't figure that one out. Okay. I'll try to see if I can come up with one of those questions. Let's see. Trying to come up with a brand new fucking question like this is difficult. I've done it plenty of times in the past. Come up with some interesting kinds of questions before. Okay, I'm gonna not just sit here and try to ideate in silence. I'm ideating hard when I have to do it in my head. Then I can't talk it out. Then I'm really ideating hard if I'm trying to come up with like a brand new question like that. I have to think it all out before I say it. That's very unusual. It's like almost nothing that I'm talking about do I have to think before I say. It just comes out at the same time I'm thinking it. But trying to come up with a new question like that is a different matter. True or false? If you core an orange and core the Earth so that the remaining rings are the same height, those rings will also have the same volume. I don't know the answer to that. Winston's mom, I don't know the answer to that question. The napkin is a problem, huh? I see. The smaller the sphere, the thicker the resulting ring, which is why a small napkin ring of a given height can have the same volume as a larger napkin ring of the same height. Huh. Okay, but why is the resulting ring thicker is it a slice or does it have a hole cut in the middle of it? Because it would seem to me if it's got a hole cut in the middle, it's not just a slice. There's no reason to conclude that the ring is any thickness, either thicker or thinner, right? Because you determine the size of the thickness by how you cut the hole. Judy has soccer practice on Friday, but she's menstruating. Judy's coach is a hardcore feminist, but Judy's dad is a conservative Catholic priest. He never should have impregnated Judy's mom, but he did, and the church let him get away with it, of course. So, will Judy play practice or not? That's the question. You don't know. It's a mystery. Okay, cool. Thanks. This is mom. There's a king with 100 grams of gold, and there are 10 goldsmiths, and he gave the order to make 10 pieces of 1 gold gram to all of them. Well, one of the goldsmiths stole 0.1 gram of each gold piece. How can you identify which of them stole in just one measure? Ten goldsmiths, and he gave the order to make him 10 pieces of 1 gram gold to all of them. And one of the goldsmiths stole 0.1 gram of each gold piece. I identify which of them stole in just one measure. I have a clarifying question. Did the person steal from only his own supply of gold or from all 10's supply of gold? It seems like you kind of, I'm not sure which, I'm not sure based on how you said it, what you mean there. Do you mean the goldsmith that only stole from his own 10 pieces? Okay, he only stole, so I mean, how much was stolen? Was it 100 times 0.1 or 10 times 0.1? You see what I'm asking? Right, so is the total amount that was stolen 1 gram or 10 grams? If you can just answer that question, I'll understand. If it was the total amount stolen 1 gram or 10 grams? Okay, total amount stolen 1 gram. Okay, gotcha. All right. Let me think about this. He took a bite out of each gold coin. You've got to make one measurement to figure out, and the thing is, if you just measure one coin, you've got a 90% chance of not getting the right guy because only 1 out of 10. Right. So, let's see. I don't know if this would count as one measure, but you could add the coins to the scale 10 at a time. Wait until the one pops up that doesn't add up to an even number. But I don't think that would count as one measure. Hmm. That's a tricky one. I got to think about this some more. Okay, so got 10 guys. One of them is guilty. You can figure out which one in measuring just once. Hmm. I don't know. I can't think of anything at the moment, but all 10 of them were in front of you with the gold coins in their hands. And you got to make one measurement to determine who stole your 10 grams or your 1 gram of gold. Um, hmm. Hmm. All right, here's the answer. Bring out the INFJ. Which one of these fuckers is lying? That's my one measure. INFJ tells me which one is lying. Does that count as one measure? I think that counts as one measure. Which one of these fuckers is guilty? Let's go with the INFJ's instincts on that. INFJ will just peer at them all until they see which one looks nervous. The right kind of nervous. They're able to distinguish between the wrong kind of nervous and the right kind of nervous. Okay, well, then, hey, look, INFJ, you don't get to hear the speak at all, INFJ. You just got to go and look them all over, and you tell me which one looks the most guilty. Now, granted, not a very reliable approach. I mean, probably about a 50-50 shot I'd end up executing the wrong guy. And we want to avoid that ideally. So let me see if I can come up with a better approach. Okay. Do we know anything about how the person stole the 0.1 gram from each one? Yeah, I have a, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you, Gary Smith. Let's do this instead. It's easier. Now you can just put the link here, and I'll take you off as a moderator after you put the link. We do know how they stole it? We don't. We do know that? How did he steal it? Did he take a little piece off of each one? Like, did he chip it off with something? Or did he, melt a little piece off of it? Or what? Do we know anything like that? He stole equally from each coin. We do know that. Okay. We don't know how he took from each coin. Okay. But look, even if you say old man McGrath, look, until the one who's actually guilty confesses, I'm going to kill you one at a time until the one who confesses. So that person will just not confess and just wait until they're killed. Maybe they'll confess. Yeah, there's a good point too. So what if you get the right guy by accident first try? Well, then you're going to kill all the innocent ones too, because you won't get any sort of confession. It's a mathematical question. Think in those terms. All right. Well, See, I'm much better coming up with out of the box answers than actual mathematical answers. But let me try it. Let me think about it. So, okay, then each one is 1/10 as small. One is bigger. 1/10 smaller. So, a mathematical question. Don't give it quite yet. Okay. Mathematical questions can't be solved with murder. It's a good point, old mate McGraw. My elementary school teacher really tried to drill that lesson home to me in third grade after I killed several of my classmates. I sat up all night with you, Derek. I'm going to miss my day job over a spectacular sets site. I hang out till I'm day trading. I'll be sleeping, I think. Fair enough, Winston's mom. It's now 4 in the morning here in Hawaii, and I haven't gone to sleep yet. I'm not going to sleep tonight. Obviously, I'm going to start a little laundry here relatively soon. I'm going to have to go get more cigarettes relatively soon. Hopefully, there's someplace around here open. I might have to go all the way into Kona to get cigarettes, or I might have to wait a couple hours till someplace opens, I do have a cigar I could smoke in the meantime, but I think I might try writing out this live stream a little bit longer and hoping that the cigarette store opens at 5 a.m. or something. It's got to be 7-Eleven around here. I did see a 7-Eleven on the way to Volcano today, but that was quite some distance from here. 1x coin from the first goldsmith, 2x coin. That's pretty clever. I guess that is one measure. I mean, it definitely is. I thought about possibly putting all the coins on the scale all at once, but that wouldn't give me any information. Very smart. That's very, very clever. Cloud, what did I start? What did I start, Cloud? And how did I start it? You tell me. Can you answer either of those questions? What did I start or how I started it? That is very out of the box. But not once you told me it was a math solution, then it was within the box. So Cloud, my questions stand. Well, what did I start? And how did I start it? Have you ever dyed your hair pink? And if not, would you consider doing so to appeal to the ESFPs? I have not very much hair to dye any color, but if I were to dye it a color, it probably wouldn't be pink. And even if it were pink, I don't think it would appeal to the ESFPs. I was like, what's up? And you were like, you're going to tell me I'm ESFJ? And that was a question. Are you going to tell me I'm ESFJ? You're going to come at me with more of your normal bullshit, Cloud? Those are questions, Cloud. That's not starting anything. That's asking you a question. You could have answered, no, I'm not going to do that today. Instead, you just did it. I don't know why. That was your prerogative, and that's what you chose to do. Asking you questions is not starting anything. That was an excellent riddle, Sarp. If you haven't heard it, there's always you didn't have to say anything. You just ignore my question, too. You don't have to respond to my questions. Nobody's compelling you to. The troll question is a very good riddle that I came up with because there is a single best answer to it. For anybody who hasn't heard the troll question, it basically says you got a village that's split in two by a river. There's a river troll in the river. Every time the villagers transport food across the river in a boat from the farm side of the village to the merchant side of the village, the river troll steals 10% of their food. It's the Middle Ages. It's winter. If they let this go on all winter, a lot of people are going to starve. But if they get rid of this troll right away, nobody's going to starve because they have just enough food to feed everybody over the winter. They solve this troll problem. So how are they going to do this? All the food's on one side. It's the Mieredimia. It's the farming side. Most of the townspeople on that side. How do we solve this problem? How do you stop this troll from stealing 10% of your food? 3 people paid $5 to the cashier overcharged by $5. 3 people pay $5. The cashier overcharged by $5. Intending to refund the $5, takes 5 singles and gives $1 each, and he is tipped $2. Now, each person has paid $4. His 2 adds only to 14. Where's the missing dollar? Three people pay $5. He overcharged by $5. He gives them 1 back. He keeps 2. Now each person has paid $4. And he's tipped 10, 10, 14. There is no missing dollar because they each only paid $4 now. That's the answer to that. There's no missing dollar. Since they each only paid $4 now, and tipped him 2, only a total of $14 have been spent, as opposed to the original, in which $15 had been spent. It's not a missing dollar. It's a reversion of the amount paid from 15 to 14. Right? Am I right? Cloud, you are so dramatic. Believe me, Cloud, everything's still the same. Was I right about that, Gary Smith? I'm curious about that. 3 people pay $5. That's $15 goes into the till. 3 5s. Now, the guy takes out 5 1s. He gives each of these people back 1 1 each. So now each of them has paid $4. They still paid $5, but they got $1 back. So now they each only paid $4. So there's only 12 total dollars paid then at that point, because there's only 12 total dollars paid once he pays them back each $1. So there is no missing dollar. Can we just make one trip to the other side at the same time? Are you asking move all the food at once? No, it wouldn't do you any good anyway. Still the same 10% gets taken away. 10% of all of it is 10%, or 10% of a little bit at a time is still adds up to 10%. Can we just make one trip to the other side at the same time? Here's the thing. The troll's magical power is to be able to know whether there's food on a boat, even if it's super well hidden, and to run up there lightning fast and steal the food before you have any chance of stopping. If there's any kind of food on the boat, whether it's a dead cow or a piece of bread or whatever, he will come take 10% of it, no matter how well hidden it is. And if you have fake food on there, he's able to tell it's not real food, not even bother going and getting it for it. It's just magical power. So, you basically can't stop him from stealing the 10% of the food on the boat. So, now, Sir Kerr Kaval, I will tell you that the answer you're heading towards is a possible solution to this question that I've accepted as a reasonable one, although it's a very high labor intensive one. In other words, if you don't take just 2 boats, you take like 20 boats and spread them out and put just 1 morsel of food on the boats closest to the troll, 2 morsels on the next boat, 2 morsels on the next boat, 1 morsel on the next boat, and only on the outside boats have the large amount of foods. You can figure out how to do this with tests such that you can make it so that the troll's only able to steal 10% of the small amounts of food and mostly get the food across. It's a very inefficient solution, but it does technically work. It's an answer I've accepted before for this troll question, which is a question I used to ask in typing sessions or other situations like that. Because it does have an elegant, simple, best answer, but it also has some other answers that are good, and you can tell a lot about a person's cognitive function stack by how they approach it. I usually say when I ask the question, you're the mayor of this town, and you can interact with this world in a number of different ways. You can interact with the other characters in this town directly. You can interact with me, the narrator, directly. You can ask me questions, for example, or you can take action, do things, or whatever. So that's a good solution, SARP. It's one that most people don't ever come up with. It's like if you've got a SFP, for example, probably even an STP, they're not going to come up with a lot of shit. They'll maybe say kill the troll. When you build a bridge, you can't build a bridge until spring. It's winter. It's the Middle Ages, and it's just going to be way too much of an undertaking until spring. Cancel out the boat. The bridge washed away, by the way, is why this river troll came to live in your river in the first place. The big torrential flood right at the beginning of winter washes the bridge away. The troll comes and takes up residence in your river, and that's when he starts implementing the so-called troll tax, which he claims he's taking because he's preventing land sharks from attacking your people from the river. Whether or not you believe that to be the case, it depends on your type. Some people take that at face value. There's a lot of types that don't even go, wait, is he telling the truth when he says that? They just go, oh, I guess he's preventing land sharks. I guess we need to pay him a tax. It's weird. It's funny. It's like, well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. Let's just pay the tax. There you go, SARP. You take the people to the food, not the food to the people. That's the answer. That's the simplest answer. And presumably if you do that for a couple of weeks, the troll will go away because he's not getting anything. I feel like I didn't charge anything. And that's an answer maybe 1% of the people I've asked that question get. Maybe 1%. The first guy I ever asked the question to, when I made up the question, I didn't know it had any answer. I just made up the question, and I didn't know it had an answer. I hadn't thought about any possible answers yet. I just thought it was a good kind of open-ended question. And the first guy I asked it to was an INTP named Zachary. He thought about it, and he said, move the people, not the food. I'm like, oh, wow, there is an answer to this question. I had no idea. Maybe I would have figured it out myself. I never get to know whether I would have gotten it or not, because I just made up the question one day. I was just sort of talking about whatever, and hey, here's an idea. I was very happy when I discovered I had a good question. Is it an anything? I see this as being a any or NI thing. That really it's an NI thing, but the reason it's an anything is because you have to buck the assumptions of the question. The assumption of the question is built in. Most people just don't question ever. Is that you have to move the food across the river in a boat. I never say that. There's no reason to assume you do have to do that, but it's obviously happening in the status quo. Most people don't question that frame, and questioning that frame isn't anything. An NI answer is something like catapult the food over the river, or put a tube that runs under the water from one shore of the bank to the other, and using like or something, some sort of air push or something. I've never heard this answer before. I just thought of it right now. You push the food through the tube. After all, you only take it if it's crossing in a boat. Never even occurred to me before. It just occurred to me right now. That's expression intuition. I've had this question for fucking years. And I don't think I'd ever really thought about what's the video? Did you link to it yet, Gary Smith? I made you a moderator just so you could link to it. Did you link it? You wanted to link something. That's why I made you a moderator. And I was going to unmake you a moderator when you were done linking it. Why don't you just drop it in here? Why don't you just put it in the live chat? You're a moderator, so you can put links here now. Unless you don't want to share the link with other people. My email is, you can email me. I don't really check my email that often, but you could also text me. Or I do receive telegraphs. Dot will work fine. I also receive, I also am trained to read smoke signals, Indian smoke signals. If you'd like to use that, I can tell what you mean, basically, more or less. I also can interpret hula. So if you want to tell me something that involves fish and swimming and waves and stuff like that, hula is a good medium for that expression. Bat signals, only actual bat sounds. So real bat using their high-pitched sonar. Very acute hearing, but shooting a light in the sky with a picture of the bat, I can't interpret what that means. It always confuses me. Messenger pigeons are great because the cool thing about messenger pigeons is after you get the message, you can eat the pigeon. Delicious. Delicious and informative. You know? Pony Express, same thing. After they deliver you the message, you can eat the horse. Granted, the Pony Express rider might complain, but that's why it tastes bitter, old mate McGraw. But horses and pigeons are never anything but delicious. So yeah, pneumatic tube. Why haven't I ever thought about that before? Why not just have a big tube at an angle? You just put it on higher on the side of the food, stack it up on some bricks or something, lower on the side of the food, and just slide the food down the tube. Now, granted, if you want to send a whole cow across, like a whole dead cow, you need a pretty big tube. But you can cut the cow into smaller pieces. Slide sloppy, bloody meat down the tube. That sounds delicious. Who wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that tube? Just pour straight into my mouth. I don't need to cook anything. It's so goddamn good. Once it's gone through this tube, it's a flavor tube. The tube adds a lot of flavor to whatever goes through it. You know? It's like coated in salt, pepper, and ground onions. 4 hours, 4-hour live stream. What the fuck are you doing? How can you wait? Why are you live streaming for 4 fucking hours? Oh, I know why. Because you're fully rested and added up. You're good to go, son. I am good to go, Dad. I'm not your dad. Why'd you call me son? Because I'm condescending like that. We had a pneumatic tube in several of my command posts. Someone tried to send an egg. That's a great idea. I want to send an egg in a pneumatic tube. I'm sure it'll arrive unharmed. We often shared snacks with other airmen in the building. That's great. I totally want a pneumatic tube system in my house, you know, or wherever I end up living long term when I'm retired or something. I want it to be nothing but pneumatic tubes going all over the fucking place. So many pneumatic tubes, you can barely walk through the building. but you can send things to other parts of the building, no problem. Set up a cafeteria on the other side of the river so everyone goes there for lunch. Put all the good tables on the other side of the river, right? Like, you don't want to sit on one of these shitty tables, then you better go eat over there. Oh fuck, I don't want to eat at the shitty tables. Let's go to the other side of the river. This section was insane. Sometimes my officer would catch his tie and stand further back. They did not. It's funny. What would happen if you stuck your hand up there? Would it hurt, or is it not that strong? I've always been very intrigued by vacuum cleaners. I like that technology a lot. The way that it's so simple, but it just sucks shit up. It's great. And, it's like the only kind of machine I can repair is a vacuum cleaner because they're so straightforward. Yeah, vacuum technology. It's one of humanity's greatest inventions. I gotta go refill my coffee cup. I'll be right back. The thing is, it's like right now, I have a couple things I need to do. I need to go pee. I need to start a little laundry, and I need to smoke some cigarette or some sort of butt of a cigarette or something. But I got a cigar and I got some cigarette butts inside. But I don't want to end this lecture because if I do, I'll suddenly feel like all alone, like I'm doing everything by myself again. So if you want to indulge me for a few minutes and chat amongst yourself, you definitely need to pee and smoke something. Then I'll be back. like at home, I have this habit of keeping emergency cigarettes in my car, like in the middle thing. So if I'm totally out of cigarettes, I can just at least go into the car and grab one or something. I got no such fallback plan here. I don't know why. Let's see. I'm diagnosed with ADHD and cannot start until it's too late. Well, sir, you need Adderall. Sigh and blow your lips when relaxing. Don't touch the horse with your hand until after you've invited the horse to touch you first with its nose. Don't move your feet unless it's your own idea. You want to talk about some non-dairy Crazima in his house. I've gone through so much non-dairy creamer since I've been here. More non-dairy creamer than you or anybody else can shake any number of sticks at. Not very hot. See, here's the thing. I'm well aware that somebody like Winston's mom is capable of shaking a great multitude of sticks at any number of variety of things. So when I say it's more than you can shake a stick at, I'm not just talking about any average person. I'm talking about even a professional stick shaker like Winston's mom. Even she cannot muster enough sticks to shake at this motherfucker. And that's one to grow on. Let's see. A bridge is a dam that doesn't dump a lake in your lap. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I guess it's the only kind of dam that it doesn't, huh? Probably because it's not really a dam. No, but I cannot decide anything. Therefore, it's unlikely for me to be a judging type. What about ENTJ and the P? Try just my ADHD. No, ENTJs aren't ADHD. ADHD is a description of either an SE DOM or an NE DOM. It's not an actual disorder. It's implicit with being, say, an extroverted intuitive. If you're an NE DOM or even an INTP, INTPs really have a lot of trouble following through on shit, getting shit done, not procrastinating. They are, no, I didn't snort the Adderall. I haven't snorted in a long time. It's really not worth it, is the problem. INTP or INTP, yeah. INTPs are very ADHD. And it's not because we actually can't pay attention for long periods of time. It's that we absolutely fucking hate having SE imposed upon us more than anything. Everybody hates having their 8th slot imposed upon them at all. And what does it mean to be ADHD? It means wanting to SE what we feel like SEing on our terms only. We don't want to be made to do anything we don't feel like doing. I never felt like this, Eric. You almost broke me. How did I almost break you? I guess I was harsh tonight, Cloud. Look, I came into this in a fighting mood. If I was too critical or too harsh, I apologize. I do have a responsibility that I sort of abdicated myself tonight. And it's a responsibility to remember that you are young and remember that shit stings sometimes. For a long time, I've been fucking schooled, had the shit schooled out of me by people on occasion in the past. I remember it, and it hurt. It stung. But I don't think I really schooled the shit out of you. I guess I kind of did. But look, the thing is, Cloud, I'm just trying to get across to you that if you want to TE this thing, it's fine. You can TE it by trusting the right expert. But if you're going to TE it, you better trust the right expert. You know? Yeah. I realize that my thoughts and conclusions can't be put into words, so I never try to explain myself ever to someone who's so logical and plain. I mean, the thing is, if your thoughts and conclusions can't be put into words, then they can't be used as justifications for your conclusions, right? Because in order to justify a conclusion, you have to put that justification into words. So it's fine to have conclusions that you don't feel like justifying to anybody. But then if you're going to make them, you can't make them as claims then, you know? The thing you make a claim, you're saying, I assert this and you should believe it. And I'm never going to not respond to that second part, you know? I just will. So it's like, you got to make a decision. You got to make a decision as to what you want to do. Do you want the actual answers, in which case it's probably best for you to delegate it to an expert, because from what I can tell, you're TE. Or do you want to come in here and try to play fastest gun in the West with me? That's never going to work. I mean, even if you were like, even other NTPs or INTPs aren't going to beat me at fastest gun in the West. I'm just too experienced, too trained, too knowledgeable. I spent too many decades. I'm sure it is really useful to you. I don't doubt that. That doesn't make it a justification that other people should believe. See? I never said your gut's not useful to you, but you're trying to present your useful gut as a reason for other people to believe things. And that's where your gut is not useful. It's not useful to other people, it's just useful to you. No, Cloud, I didn't win any battle even. You just didn't make any progress in your arguments. See, the thing is, I'm not trying to be permanently right. I'm trying to point out that tonight you didn't make any progress because you didn't make any good arguments. You can come back and fight again tomorrow. I don't give a fuck. You trust like two other people's guts. I trust various people in their various dimensions. Like, I trust Rachel about how something's going to play, whether it's going to play well or not. If I have that question, I don't usually ask it, but occasionally I will. I trust my dad about TE shit that he's familiar with already, as long as, certain kinds of TE shit. I trust Cameron with basic household repairs more than I trust myself. It depends on their expertise area. I don't try to claim to be better than other people at things that aren't in my wheelhouse. I try to always defer and take the opportunity to acknowledge and give credit to others where they are better than I am. Now, it might not be in the most sexy areas. It's like people seem to think that winning arguments is somehow a sexy thing. Like, I get to be good at winning arguments, but you have to be good at fixing household shit. I mean, it's just bullshit society stuff. It's like society tells everybody the most important thing is to be creative and intelligent, but it's not the most important thing at all. In fact, it's kind of a fucking curse, frankly. I mean, it's like, I live in a world full of fucking censors. My dad's a censor. My mom's a censor. My daughter's a censor. Like, nobody really understands me in my family or any of the regular people. Who understands me? People on the internet understand me. Some of them. The intuitives usually do. But like my own daughter is constantly dismissing shit that I say without even considering it really. She said the other day in the car, I believe I talked about this in a previous live stream, that it used to be the case that she could argue both sides of pro-life, pro-choice, but she would never argue pro-life anymore. And I said, yeah, but Delilah, I don't even want to hear it. It's not okay. And when I said to her, but Delilah, look, it's either property or a person, right? She said, well, I don't hear anybody making the argument that it's property. I said, I know. That's the problem. They're trying to have it both ways. Trying to say it's neither a person nor their property. It's one of those things ESTP deals with differently. It's one of those things ESTP deals with differently. They'll argue as best as they can. If they can't win the argument, it doesn't really matter because it just works, Even though they are a TI tool, the instrumental nature of TI comes through sometimes in ESTPs because they, at the end of the day, think kind of talk is cheap and my many words are just smoke and mirrors hiding the truth, Wedding arguments is often a terrible gift, often leaving people hurt feelings. Sometimes you can secretly passive aggressive at work. Winning arguments, I mean? Don't I know it? My lack of win-winniness. After all, I'm egotistical, I'm arrogant, I insist I'm right, and when people come in and try to challenge me, I not only defeat them, but I defeat them in ways that are potentially belittling or condescending. I get it. It's, it's like, I'm much better at this sort of thing than I used to be. I used to be very, not at all empathetic, like, married to my cognitive function stack, lacking self-awareness, basically, and lacking an understanding that my nature was not better, it's just mine, But, yeah, her husband died, Winston's mom, about maybe 6 months ago. It was Joel Nathan Henry. Hey, Joel Nathan Henry. Pleasure to see you again. I have no doubt that you will inundate us with nuggets of wisdom and insight beyond compare. Go ahead. We begin with the fact that I am dull, or at least not sharp. Now, granted, Joel Nathan Henry did not say dull, and there could be an intermediate stage between sharp and dull. But I'm going to conclude that probably he means I'm dull, namely that I cut things poorly. Cloud is a covert NPD with a very fragile ego and trying to seek validation for to feel safe. I don't think he is at all. I don't think he's a covert NPD. I think he's a young kid who's an ESFP and is learning that, there are certain modalities that are going to conflict with his own. And if he tries to play on those fields, he's not going to feel very good. I'm not trying to say his fields aren't legitimate. I'm not trying to say his fields are less legitimate. I'm not trying to say his fields oughtn't to be adjudicated by their own metric. But I am saying his fields ought to be treated the same as mine. And that's where we run afoul. It's because I'm not trying to question the legitimacy of applying FI in the appropriate frame, whereas he's trying to question the legitimacy of applying TI in the appropriate frame. It's a fundamental problem TI-FE users have with other function types, because the function types don't necessarily prioritize fairness and don't prioritize, reciprocal burdens. The key engine that makes TI work is reciprocal burdens. So Gary Smith says, I'm right and I know I'm right. I don't claim to be right until I know for a fact. No, you don't claim to be right until you know it's wholly defensible. That's different. I sometimes make people feel stupid for questioning, but it depends how they question it, right? If they come in and say, hey, can you explain to me why this is correct? I'm trying to do some deliberative work here. No problem. And they come in and say, you're wrong. Well, game on. You brought it on yourself. Well, I'm glad that you were bored and saw the stream and hopped on. I'm assuming you hopped on rather than hoped on. And yeah, what is on your schedule for today, Joel Nathan? Fair enough. I want to tell you, Joel Nathan, I support the legitimacy of that approach. I totally do. I had to make some sacrifices to TE on this little vacation, but not too many. And in fact, we had a really easygoing whole vacation until yesterday, in which we undertook a big journey that was it overextended both me and Rachel, probably my dad too, but we did want to see the volcano. Mentally challenged, yeah. Well, no, we haven't, but we'll do that in the morning, which is coming rapidly. It's almost 5 a.m. I don't expect there's going to be any problem because there are not even a single confirmed or suspected case in Hawaii of coronavirus. So, yeah, I heard on National Public Radio here in Hawaii, the local public radio station, they talked to some CDC person, and they said, yeah, there are not even any suspected cases in Hawaii. So there'd be no reason to delay flights out of Hawaii. But I guess it's possible. Why don't I want to touch my face? I'm okay with touching my face. I'm not really worried about the coronavirus. The other thing is, public radio thinks that is the same thing I've been saying about the coronavirus. You gotta be fucking kidding me. That thing's weak as fuck. It's like the flu hospitalized already this year 100,000 people and killed 600 or something. Why aren't we more concerned about that? Well, because coronavirus is new. Yeah, but it's just a variant of the flu. And in fact, next year we might have a new coronavirus. It's going to take a year to get year or so to get the vaccination made for the current, what's called the Wuhan coronavirus, which is the one that everyone's concerned about right now. But chances are it's just another strain of the flu is going to continue evolving like the existing strains of the flu, not evolving. Viruses are the one thing that actually seem to support evolution in the sense that you get these variants of the flu. But no, even the variants of the flu virus are still variants of the flu virus. They never become, say, smallpox or something, So I don't know. I don't know quite what to make of virus change over time. I mean, we don't see that action in any other thing, but nothing breeds as fast. So And there's no DNA in viruses, so I don't know what to think about it. I have met 3 female INFJs, but no INTJs. Well, Winston's mom is a female INTJ, and I know another one who used to come around here. Her name was Christine Forge. It's not her real last name, but that was her handle. Rachel's an INFJ. Megan LeBoda is an ENFJ. Elijah is an INTJ. Well, she says she's an INTJ. I have my doubts. I could believe a sort of psych. I don't know. I didn't do any jogging while I was here at Gary Smith. I try to stay as far away from jogging as I possibly can. Although actually lately I've been kind of into getting a little bit of exercise. I've been riding my bike at home and working up a sweat and stuff. It's good. I do have my doubts about Elijah, frankly. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I don't think she's an INTJ. And Megan LeBoda is definitely an ENFJ. I mean, she's super ENFJ. It's like, you know what INFJs always do is they make some videos, then they delete their videos, and they make some more videos, and they delete their videos, and maybe they finally come up with some concept they stick with, like Eric Thor does or whatever. But LeBoda is definitely ENFJ. I'm really curious about dating an INTJ. I think that INTJ and ENTP would get along well if you're an ENTP, but there's going to be that, it's like, it is the case that each type is going to countervalue the other's tool function, which is going to cause some problems. And it is the case that each type is going to be blind to the other person's third function, which is going to cause some problems. Now, the NISE thing might work just fine, as will the NESI thing. That should work fine. That's not a big deal. No conflicts there, really. So you're fine in the 1, 5, 4, 8, but you're messed up in the 2, 3, 5, 6. And but I still think it's not a bad pairing. It's like it's better than ISTJ and ENTP because at least you get 2 metaphysical types. And that's the thing. It's like when you get your perceivers, the physical and metaphysical complement to them is not going to be the dual. It's only true for the judges. So if you get a judge like INTP and ENFJ, they're both metaphysical types. TI first, FE first. Even though one's a sensor and one's an intuitive. But ENTP and ISFJ, not the same thing. One's a metaphysical type, one's a physical type. Much better match, INFJ, metaphysical. And same 2, 3. So it just makes better sense. Avoid NPR and the coronavirus is a hoax, just like the swine virus and the anthrax. I think it's called Fear PM for the masses. I don't normally listen to NPR. There was just literally nothing on the radio, and it seemed like a fairly banal topic to listen to. Like, literally, the only thing I heard on the radio about that was that there were no confirmed cases or even suspected cases in Hawaii. The guy who was talking about it was doing nothing but trying to diminish people's fear and say this is ridiculous because the regular flu is so much more dangerous than this thing. And it's like there was nothing fear-mongering about the report I listened to. I don't think that NPR is any less reliable a news source than most others. I used to listen to a lot more NPR than I do now. It pisses me off fairly often, so I don't listen to it that much. don't like listening to things where people are wrong like that. You know, somebody comes on NPR and starts saying some wrong ass fucking shit. It's based on some false assumptions or some predicated on just basically a false understanding of the world. And it makes off. And it's like, whoever they're interviewing, that fucker needs to stand before me and answer my fucking questions. You know, you think these flu viruses are engineered? I mean, I think they're just like blown way out of proportion. You know, granted, 100,000 hospitalized for the flu, but I mean, come on, there's hundreds of millions of people in the country, and under 1,000 killed is not a big deal for a flu virus. I'm ready to go get fucking vaccinations for it. It's just so stupid. Like my parents gets vaccinated for the flu every year. I have never gotten vaccinated for the flu. Never will. If I get the flu, so fucking be it. It's not gonna kill me. Like, well, if you're really old and frail or a newborn, well, I'm not newborn or old and frail, so fuck it. You know, I might get the flu, so fucking what? You know, big deal. Get over it in a few days. So, you know, I think that the importance of action is definitely manufactured. Like people, but it's manufactured for not conniving reasons. It's like you got these news reporting agencies who need something dramatic to talk about and present basically a straightforward set of facts, but presented in a very alarmist fashion, and provide some course of action that you can do to make yourself less vulnerable. Go buy a mask or whatever. It's not. There's no central like plot. It's just individuals trying to do their job and appealing to things that appeal to humans. You know, like humans are interested in things that are dramatic and alarming and exciting. And it's like it's why people think the world is going to hell in a handbasket, even though it's actually more civilized than it's ever been in all of human history. The problem is the news does the following thing. It finds trees that are painted red and goes, oh my God, the tree's painted red. Oh my God, this tree's painted red. Oh my God, this tree's painted red. It's going through a forest of 1,000,000,000,000 trees, and it's picking out this and that and this and that tree, right? And so all people are seeing are these red trees. And, oh my God, the forest is red. No, fucking morons. They're cherry picking, obviously. I mean, they're not even cherry picking. They're just doing their job, providing things that are, you know, grab people's attention. The red painted trees do. The regular trees don't. So, you know, most people make the dumb but understandable mistake that if they see nothing but red trees, the forest must be red. Double period after period meaning that there is a door to knock. And when I do, they become pissed. This is for INFJs, though, not meta and INTJ, not a female one at least. Double period after period meaning that there's a door to knock. What? I don't, let me see what I gotta go back and see what you're talking about here. I'm a magnet for INFJs. We understand each other instantly, but in the end, I lose attention, and she finds me too harsh and too pushy. You lose attention? What do you mean? You stop paying attention to the other person? Or she stops paying attention to you? Because if she finds you too harsh and too pushy, then you're not stopping to pay attention. You're not stopping paying attention to her. It's definitely possible for an INFJ to find me to be too harsh and too pushy. The only reason I'm not too harsh and too pushy is because I've made all those mistakes already. And I've grown from them. And because of my understanding of cognitive functions as well. And just my increasing understanding of people, that what I want is for the other person to, I want the same thing for both of us. I want us both to be in the right thing. If we're not, then we shouldn't be in it at all, you know? Question: if Ni and Ne root back to the same function, intuition, is Ni and Ni is truth, like you call it, what is Ne? I don't understand there as being 4 functions. I understand there as being 8. So I don't think Ne and Ni link back to the same function. I do think that they're 2 sides of the same coin, kind of. Like extroverted intuition is negative space, and introverted intuition is positive space. So if I see a circle, it's introverted intuition. If I see a donut, it's extroverted intuition. If I see a big square paper with a hole in the middle of it, a drawing of a hole in the middle of it, I don't view it as a circle, but I view it as an empty space, or the other stuff around it as being the thing. That's extroverted intuition. So the thing is, extroverted intuition can identify countless different things that might be instead of a circle, right? This is a picture of a circle. No, it's a square paper with a hole drawn in the middle of it. No, it's a bullseye. No, it's a ellipse. It's elliptical. It's obtuse, and it's an obtuse circle or something, or it's not a true circle because pi r squared. With countless different things that it is other than what it is, right? Extroverted intuition, therefore, is the negative space. Introverted intuition is the positive space. When you identify what something is, you give it a name and identify that it is an entity. In other words, it has identity. You don't have to any longer explain all the things about it. You just reference that identity. That's what introverted intuition does. It does away with the parsing and collapses things into an identity that contain within them the elements of parsing that are necessary for them to employ. Extroverted intuition says, "Nuh-uh, could be meow, 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 meow." So the thing is, remember, of course, extroverted intuition and introverted intuition are both ways of paying attention, which is another way of saying they're ways of prioritizing data elements that resonate within certain frames. Like if I'm a grape seller and I go into a field to pick things, I'm going to spot all the grapes easily. I might miss the strawberries because I'm not looking down far enough. I might miss the peaches because I'm not looking up far enough, but I'll get all the grapes. Same thing with cardinal functions. If I'm an introverted thinker, let's say my tool function, then when you come at me with some words, I'm going to identify the places where those words are inconsistent with each other. I might not identify at all. I didn't even notice the feeling behind those words or think about it because that's not the kind of fruit picker I am, Okay, so the thing is, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of reason to think that unscrupulous actors who have investments in that business might be inclined to do that. It certainly makes sense. Somebody benefits to suggest that it's actually happening. Oh, no, sorry, please, rant away. You just broke up yesterday. You got fucking lots of pain in your heart, I'm sure. The thing is about INFJs. It's odd. When Rachel and I have any sort of disagreement, now anyway, I'm just asking her questions. And she's jumping to conclusions about what I mean and fighting me over things I've never said or believe. It's like that NI thing. It's like, will you stop knowing for a second? Just stop knowing, okay? And listen and deliberate a bit. Because knowers love to know. And there's lots of shit that they think they know that ultimately they don't, because they don't have all the information. And the nice thing is, Rachel's pretty receptive to hearing words from me. The last fight we had was over that video that she made about somebody walking their dog off a leash. And I didn't talk to her about it to critique her, criticize her, or whatever. I was just sort of asking her questions about, like, what is this thing you're doing? Why are you doing this? And what does it mean? Does it mean you're going crazy again, or what? But she assumed that I was judging, like, um, like that's not cool for you to say that kind of thing. That I was basically silencing her or telling her she shouldn't or can't make this kind of provocative or controversial videos or something. But I wasn't saying that. I was just asking her some questions, trying to figure it out. Eventually, because this is the thing, Sarp. I never get riled up at all with her. There's no point. I used to get riled up with her at the beginning sometimes, but now, haven't in a long time. Now that I understand what's going on, there's no point in getting riled up. It's just a matter of waiting for her to calm down, stop knowing, and recognize the fact that I'm not trying to do X, Y, or Z. I'm talking to her, trying to figure out what's going on. There's no intent prior to the conversation, that I am seeking information first before I draw any conclusions. But if you're a knower, you're accustomed to knowing first. Well, Countess doesn't consider me as her friend, though. I still see her as my friend, but she doesn't anymore. I mean, look, Countess is upset about various things and has decided to cast her judgment on all or none. But you should remember that it's that choice. It has nothing to do about you. It's all or none for her at the moment. And she feels wronged and not heard, probably. And she feels as though I've not done enough or responded adequately to satisfy her need for justice. But the thing is, she's pretty not DI about the whole thing. In other words, she doesn't recognize, she's not good at self-critique. She doesn't do any sort of like, well, I did cross a line, or any sort of acknowledgement like that. And she's crossed lines with Rachel before too, and I just didn't do anything, just let it slide. Because I figured she was fussy at the time. And I guess I was probably right. Eventually, by not responding to her crossing the line at all, she turned around 180 degrees and became an advocate of Rachel. So, I just had to give her the time and space to do that. Is that going to be the equivalent occurrence this time? I don't know. She seems to be determined to make a very dramatic gesture and probably will feel as though she's committed to that course once she's put so much effort into making it absolute and final and so forth. I don't know if the FE would constrain her, but one way or the other, it would seem as though she's trying to cut off her own bridges back as best as she can. That's a silly thing to do, because this is a totally, like, she's fighting against an illusion. I'm not the enemy. I don't dislike Countess. I didn't fail to side with her adequately or something. I think I sided with her adequately. I told her that, I would end up reinstating her. I didn't think it was ultimately appropriate for Taylor to have booted her. But She wanted a little bit more justice than that, I guess. And I get that. Thing is, of course, she's choosing this approach because she can't get at Taylor directly. That's who she's mad at. She's mad at Taylor. And she can't get at him directly, so she says, well, if I can't attack New York City, I'll just randomly attack America and hope that I get New York City in the process. Well, you're not really attacking anything. You're just self-exiling. And it's a shame because ultimately you are valued around here. And given that you're not the easiest person in the world to get along with necessarily, that makes this kind of a special place. We do value Countess, despite her orneriness. I value her. I think she's fine. And there aren't a lot of places as open and inclusive as this one that will embrace her for who she is. So I hope she comes back for her own sake and for ours. I like her. I have no problem with her. And I hope she doesn't bother fucking waiting months because of some sort of social consideration. Just fuck it. Just come back. Who cares? Nobody's going to even tease you about it. I don't give a fuck. It's everybody does that shit periodically. I'm leaving forever. And then I come back. I don't even worry about it. Everybody does that. I've done that. Everybody does that. So KK SP, are you saying you're an INFJ now? You determine you're an INFJ? I'm not disputing it. I'm just wondering. And see, this is the problem with conflating negative and positive burdens. You can reasonably require people in your life that they not violate your negative burdens. You cannot reasonably require people in your life to meet your positive burdens. It's you have no obligation to defend her publicly, even if you take her side entirely. You just don't. And any notion that she can justly punish you for failing to meet her positive burden is insane. I didn't even protect Matthew. Protect him how? I asked what he had done. And I never did get a very clear answer about that. Yeah, she did hit below the belt, and there's no disputing that. And what I did say in that video was that Taylor is actually a very good parent, and that critiquing of him as being a bad parent is both wrong and not an acceptable kind of attack. And that you better be very right if you're going to make that attack. And I know for a fact from personal experience of seeing the guy in action, he is an excellent parent. So, Countess doesn't get any more passes than anybody else. If she's going to make fucking wrong ass claims that bear no scrutiny, then she's going to get called out on them. No matter how upset she is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't justify you wrongly attacking somebody else. Two wrongs don't make a right. What the hell did he do? Masturbate while he was on talking to somebody? Nobody, if anybody has the right to say, ooh, I don't want to talk to you anymore since you're masturbating when I'm talking to you. Nobody has the right to insist that everybody else condemn the person for that. I'm twiddling my dick right now. Does that make me awful? I'm not masturbating. I'm still twiddling my dick. It's right here in my lap. What else am I going to do with it? Countess protected me one night after I had been invited to the room. I assumed, after observing Matthew, that someone might get naughty, but at my age, it's icky. Countess was triggered then also. I mean, look, I see Matthew as a somewhat tragic figure, frankly, um, because it's like it's hard for him to defend himself in this situation, right? It's like people are calling him a creep and throwing his claims about his sexual behavior out there for critique, and I don't. It's like you have at your disposal, as everybody does, the ability to slam the door on him if you don't like him, if you don't like what he did, whatever. He didn't violate anybody's negative rights. Nobody has a negative right not to have another party in a conversation at a distant location to have any expectations about what they're doing with their body. Now, granted, you can have a reasonable expectation that I not show you my penis all of a sudden, for example, on camera. Fine. And if that's what Matthew did, or if that's what I were to do, you'd have a perfectly good. Let's say we were having a conversation not on YouTube. Let's say we were having it in the raw room. There's 5 people in there. I'm talking to everybody, and everybody's talking, and suddenly I whip it out and start jerking. Well, everybody has the right to go away and never deal with me again. But there's no reason to think that those people ought to or are correct in thinking that ought to condemn, or are correct in thinking that somebody ought to be condemned by others simply because they offended you. Something like that, you can't say it was imposed upon you because nothing was done to you. At least if he whips that showed on camera, you can claim something was done to you. But even that, it's like, unless you're a minor, it's just, it's like, get the fuck over it. You saw a penis. Come on. Do you not know that people masturbate? That somehow news to you? Granted, if that's what happened, then Matthew was guilty of some very poor FE. But that doesn't justify insisting everybody condemn him. I mean, what the hell? How is she hurt by this in any way? Yeah. Horse member indicates she was triggered. Okay, well, that maybe explains her getting upset. It doesn't justify any of the bullshit she's insisted upon, right? Like, that everybody hate and condemn Matthew and Taylor infinitely much, or you're not on my side enough. That's complete fucking nonsense. Absolutely not. No, not okay. This stream's 80% gossip. Well, Joel Nathan Henry, maybe the part you watched is, but you haven't watched much because it's 5 hours long. Yeah, it's like, the thing is to remember is that for women like Countess or Phelan Black or Mrs. Mauer or any other woman, they ultimately have all the power in that moment. They can shame the person, and there's lots of incredibly hurtful things a person could say in those moments that the masturbator probably will never forget and take to their grave. But to insist that everybody publicly condemn you is another matter entirely. It's like, I've publicly condemned people before, but I've never insisted anybody else do so. I've never said, like, and if you don't agree with me, you're evil or whatever. I don't care if you agree with me or not. I'm making my case. If my case wins the point, it wins the point. That point doesn't matter whether you agree or not. You either agree or you're wrong. Are ESTPs the most gossipy type of all? No, I would say it's probably ESFJs. They're very gossipy. Okay. You know what I'm going to have to do now, I think? I do believe I'm going to have to wrap up this live stream. Actually, this isn't actually gossip, Joel Nathan Henry. It's talking about the sort of the rules of engagement within the group and how certain behaviors fit within certain frames and not. It's actually a very interesting critique of group dynamics, but I know you tend to want to negate everything here as somehow insignificant, dismiss it, or otherwise be provocative or whatever. So um, that's fine. You want to declare it as such. You go ahead and cling to that narrative as long and hard as you want. Don't expect anybody else to believe it because I talk about all kinds of fucking shit. Everybody wants to reduce me to something. Yeah, you're just me. Well, Joel Nathan Henry, you're just another fucking hater. You know, I'm not just anything. I'm a shit ton of different things. I always talk about a shit ton of different things too. I always got to deal with people like you and Cloud coming in with your unsubstantiated claims. But yeah, if it's too much gossip for you, Joel Nathan Henry, see you later. Nice you to stop by. We appreciate that our conversation isn't entertaining you enough and that you are compelled as a consequence to leave. That's fine. I know I absolutely embrace the fact that that's your prerogative. Okay? There are lots of wrong info about pineal gland. Okay, well, that's something I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about the pineal gland. So I am the source of none of that wrong information. I've never made any claims about it. I'm not sure where it is, not sure what it does. I think it might be in the brain somewhere. But I do know that I've never made any claims about the pineal gland. So I can't be accused of being the source of disinformation about the pineal gland. That much we can put our faith into. Thank you very much all for being here. I love you all very much with the moistest of my emotions. And for those who I may have spoken harshly to tonight, I'm sorry. But thanks for being a foil because I was in a sassy mood when I started this live stream. Now I'm feeling a lot more talked out. So anyway, thanks a lot. See you later. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.